Although then, 1989, there was a wild decommunization of the Czech public space in the names of various streets and liturgic facts, we were able to identify the Soviet and Russian perspective, despite the fact that it is very important to have a good, high quality and planned culture of memory. The Czech Republic does not only need decommunization, but also an outright de-Russification of the public space. An example is served by Ukraine, which is now weaned off by the network of the Russian imperialism, which denies the Ukrainians the right of national identity. After decommunization, together with the aggressive war of Russia against Ukraine, de-Russification started. Ukraine also is getting rid of many names of Ukrainian streets and squares. It might be shocking, but it is not an outright Russophobia, which is actually insisted from Moscow, but it is actually removing the so-called imperial trademarks, which used to mark the subjugated districts by the Soviet Russian Empire. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Ukraine actually recovered as a sovereign state, but it started decommunize the public space after Euromaidan. More than 2,000 statues of the tyrant Lenin and further Bolsheviks were removed, and streets and squares were renamed. During the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainian authorities started with de-Russification. The streets names Moskevska and Ruska, or also Pushkins, are being removed. It doesn't matter that they are going to be fewer of them, because why should the streets be named after the Russian musicians or artists if when not even Ukrainian countrymen were given the honor? In the Czech Republic or in Czechoslovakia in 1945, such nomenclature orgies started. The process was initiated, which was called Russification of the public space. The highlight was the normalization period when Czechoslovakia was not only subjugated, but it was also occupied. And we had Russian and Soviet names everywhere, and Lenin's statues and Red Army statues everywhere, or memorabilia. With the recovery of democracy in 1989, Czech municipalities were getting rid of the most flagrant examples of Russification and Sovietization, and later on, the free discussion about Czech history showed that this reflection is very important. All the while, people were complaining that renaming streets costs a lot of money, and it is a problem for the everyday name. After 2014, when Russia seized Crimea, also the discussion was sparked about Russian imperialism. The 70th anniversary of the end of World War II in 2015 confronted the Czech society with a Russian imperial narrative, which still was suggested as a clear interpretation of the history of the 20th century. And we saw this when the dialogue about the removal of the Konev statue in 2020 showed it. Many voices from Russia became loud and started saying that we are actually changing the history, which is clear. It is sadly true that Czech streets are still have Russian names. In the city of Most, they have got the Karl Marx Street, and there are new streets devoted to Marshal Zhukov and Rybalkov. How come they have got the Moscow Street in the city of Most and Slovanska Street, similarly to Havířov and Ústí nad Labem? Do they have such streets in abroad? We will find the Moscow Street in Liberec, Tábor, Kladno, and Tábor, and Kožim, and Jičín, and in other little towns here in the Czech Republic. In another city, they were deciding to rename such streets, but it didn't work out. We have the Moscow Street in Prague, and then we also have streets named after the peace defenders. We see that that was some kind of reminiscence and of the Siberia or Marshal Konev, who still was the one after whom one street was named here, and Mikolov and Ústí nad Labem, Turnov, Nymburk, and Jičín. The worst example is given by Prague, where there are so many names related to the Soviet Russian Empire. We have got Amursk, Baikalsk, Bashkirsk, Chelyabinsk, Donsk, Irkutsk, Yakutsk, Kazansk, Magnitogorsk, Murmansk, Novgorodsk, Omsk, Rostovsk, Sibirsk, Smolensk, Uzbeks, Vladivostok Street. And it is irrelevant today that Siberia Square, they are actually very old, and they originate in the First Republic, and they are referring to the legions. We also have other names here, which are, for instance, Algerian, Angolian, Yemen, Cameroon, Mongolian, Mozambique, and Nigeria Street. Tourists could think that those are the names of our former colonies. The Soviet occupation brought some very interesting names. For instance, International Street at the periphery of Prague, Suchdol. We know what the purpose was. It was to refer to the socialist internationalism after 2 years of the so-called international help to Czechoslovakia from the Soviet Union. We also have a Baikonur Street. There is also a very interesting approach in terms of the metro station. We used to have a Moskevska, Moscow Street, and there are also the reliefs there depicting the partnership between the Soviet Socialist Union and Czechoslovakia. We know that we have got this street name problem because we have got too many names and monuments as the legacy of the Russian imperialism and Soviet colonialism. However, there are other traditions we will still need. So, for instance, Sergei Wojciechowski Street is needed. The Czechoslovak general and member of the legions who, 1945, when the Marshal Konev military came here was kidnapped and brought to the Gulag in Soviet Union, and he died there. We also have another monument celebrating the so-called liberation in Pilsen in 1945 by the Red Army, despite the fact that Pilsen was liberated by the American forces. So we are actually celebrating various dubious events. We still think that such public spaces that have such names and monuments, that they are just the witnesses of the past, which we are not supposed to change, otherwise we will change the history. This is a very misleading understanding, which is thinking that we are actually only the objects of the past. In free democratic society, the public space is supposed to be the mirror of national identity. Streets need to be renamed sometimes, and monuments need to be removed sometimes. We cannot accept the past Russification and Sovietization by saying that this is the symbol of the past. We will not accept the vassal tradition. We live in a plural society, and we still condone democracy and freedom and republican tradition and the rule of law. And that's why we should not have the nomenclature referring to fascism, imperialism of the atrocity state that we see every day. The planned and assertive removal of those so-called trademarks of Russian and Soviet colonialism is not the so-called rewriting of history, as it is being said by the communist camp. It is rather the search for the truly interpretation of our past in our free democratic space. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker, next panelist is Dr. Stanislav Balík, the Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of West Bohemia in Pilsen. He is also the Emeritus Judge of the Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic, and he will be speaking on the transformation of the legal order in 1990. Thank you. I will start speaking about my biography. 2 years ago, what happened was I celebrated my birthday, which was very important for one reason. It was a year when my life was actually split in two very important parts. There was the part which I lived through during the totalitarian regime, and then the part where I managed to live in the free society. In November 1989, I was actually nearly 33 years old. So this might be a generational issue, I have to say. And what I think is the transformation of the legal system, which became a special study program in the 90s. And I also think that this era is very important, and a colleague was speaking about it in a pejorative terms. And I asked him when he was born, and he was born in the 1990s. And then I asked him, do you know why you were born? And I told him, because he didn't seem to know, first, either the parents have got children because they hope their children will be able to live in a free democratic society, or the parents, were so happy about the free society that he was conceived. And I was thinking hard about my son, how come he was born, and then I had to come to the conclusion that the situation with his conception was combined, that both those aspects played a role. However, this is a generational thing. This will not be continuing for much longer. The situation when we have old-timers, eyewitnesses, local eyewitnesses, and those who don't know the past, who did not live it firsthand. For that very reason, we should probably focus on this, and we should be able to pass the baton of the historical memory to the new generation.
In the new generation, there are people who learn generation from their parents and grandparents about the events that took place generations ago, even centuries ago. For instance, I can tell the story about how my mother on each morning of Masaryk's or marking Masaryk's death anniversary, she would always visit the monument, or when my great aunt or my grandmother was cooking lunch when the Nazis came, and my mother was let go from the school earlier than usually. So this is the advantage of families that tell stories about the past, generation to generation, and give these narratives or breathe life into these narratives, historical narratives, by telling them further. But there are also students and young people who do not know anything about the past. And when I have exams and when students attend the class, a transformation for political system, and it's on Monday, almost at 4 p.m. and most people would attend these lectures, even though it was quite in the afternoon. So you would expect most students would want to have free. But when the students came for exam, and I asked them about coupon privatization, and he knew everything about it. And I asked the student, well, have you ever seen have you the coupon book, the booklet, the bank book? Have you seen it? And just, yeah, well, I looked it up on internet. So I was wondering, well, what did the parents do? Didn't they keep keep it as a reminiscence of the past, or did they not talk about it? I had to look it up online. So there are students who come up for exam, and I ask them about restitutions, and they start talking about their family history. But then there are students who do not know anything about the past because their parents do not talk to them about that. So then I ask myself, well, how could they learn more about it? Which part of our society should be the most active guarantee or guardian of our legal system and protection of human rights? Who else than lawyers? And if lawyers are not erudite, as Leopold Herovsky wrote at the beginning of the 20th century, there are three auxiliary legal sciences: so legal history, legal comparison, and another one. So if they are not trained in these auxiliary legal fields, they will be just legal positivists, but they will not know anything about the wider context, and it will not be until later when they gain some professional and personal experience. Whereas it would be much better if they could gain this experience during their studies. And it starts actually much earlier, not at the university. It starts at the secondary school already, because when you look at history textbooks at grammar schools or at secondary schools, you often end in 1918 or 1945. History ends yesterday, so, or at least it ends in 1989. So, and the textbooks could go in further because it's already been 35 years since 1989. So it's a pity that the National Accreditation Institute is not doing anything about that. Legal history stops in the history, and no one teaches the modern history. And when we teach, legal history or the law, we talk about criminal codes and civil codes, but that's not all, because legal history is intertwined with other fields, such as state sciences or political sciences, social sciences, and many other fields. So we should not teach the students, just about, individual legal texts or acts, but we should be also able to explain why, the Anglo-Saxon democracy is built on a historical development that we could only envy them, and why here in Central Europe the development was much different, and we could even talk about other contexts. And there were some democratic attempts in the past, already in the ancient states, in ancient Rome, ancient Greece. And we have to remind the students about this, and we should admire this. And even though some of these ancient peoples no longer exist, be the Phoenix or the Hittites, they ruled on this planet before anyone even lived in our area. That's why we need to teach legal history. And to a certain point, I'm glad that my term in office as a dean is up until 2028, because legal history will continue being taught at our faculty at least until 2028, because they will stop teaching legal history only over my dead body. And we want to continue teaching it, and want to strengthen the teaching of subjects that are related to legal history. and the modern legal history. Because it's great if, a law faculty graduate knows everything about the public officials in Hungarian, Austrian-Hungarian dynasty, but they don't know anything about the role of Constitutional Court during the dissolution of Czechoslovakia and the continuation or discontinuation of communist law and the rulings of the Constitutional Court saying that the communist regime was illegal, and all the rulings regarding, lustration law, restitution law, and all these legal findings or rulings related to, reconciliation with the past or non-reconciliation with the past. So we need to know modern history as well, because there will always be people who will try to disinterpret the history and distort the facts. And they often use, exclamations such as, "Oh, everyone was stealing, and everything was stolen, and we don't have anything left," and so on. But this is a distorted reality, and we often tend to forget that the lawyers who were in charge of the transition to democracy, they did not know, they didn't have the knowledge of Western lawyers. For instance, I did not know what the limited company was, or the shares company or joint stock company was, because there was only one page in our legal textbook. So because they were called historical forms of corporations, of legal entities, at the time when the deplorable capitalism was founded. So this was the only page that was mentioning, legal forms such as a joint stock company or a limited liability company. And when I, as a lawyer, was founding first judicial entities or bodies, I had to do it somehow. But no one had taught us that. So we have to remind the students about all these facts so that they know that it wasn't just about, absence of corporate law, but even we didn't have a constitutional code. Well, the constitutional code did exist, but it was just on paper. It was just a formality, and there were a number of crimes that were not criminalized or that were decriminalized, and if you want to learn something about, private corporations or private, entrepreneurship, try to look into the criminal code from 1989 and look at the crime called private entrepreneurship, because it was considered a crime back then. So it was criminalized, or leaving the country was criminalized. And many acts related to freedom of speech were criminalized. Such as, slurs against the head of the state, or and things like that. So this is something that we have to teach our students. And we can teach them this by telling our own stories, our personal stories. I had friends who studied archives or archival sciences, and they started publishing a collection of essays called Documentia Pragensia, and I wrote in 1987 an article about Prague lawyers 100 years ago. And back then it was like looking into the mirror. It was actually very difficult to see what the lawyer in a 19th century was able to do, unlike me as a lawyer in the 1980s. And I wasn't even an advocate. Because everything was, of course, supervised by the Communist Party. So when I wrote this article, I looked up to the lawyers from the 19th century because they had much greater powers than I did in the 1980s. And when in the 1990s, a group of people writing the new text on advocacy were meeting in the flat of Mr. Čermák, someone remembered that they knew Senator Stanislav Balík, and they could invite him as well, because I had a copy of an old barcode, so I brought it there, and that's how I started contributing to the shaping of new legal order. And there are also different ways to approach teaching of legal history, and because you can say, okay, look up act number this and act number that, and perhaps those who will be more tenacious will look up even you know the draft legislation and all the accompanying texts, but you could approach teaching students in a more proactive fashion, in a more proactive way, and talk to students, have in-depth discussions with the students. So let the students know that they are welcome if they are interested in learning more. And my subject is taught on Monday afternoon. And if you know any students who might be enthusiastic about learning more about our legal history, they are welcome. Let them know about my subject, about my lectures, and they can come. And it is up to each and single one of us to make sure that the young generation learns as much as possible about our most recent history, be it inside their family circle or in other communities, and also through awareness-raising activities, be it at universities or somewhere else.
Of course, there are also other occasions where we can inform the public about the opening words to our constitution. There was a old Roman politician who would say Carthagien vese delendam, or as translated into English, the city of Carthago has to be destroyed. Carthagin. And also there is et ceterum autem et censero historiam juris, that is in Latin, docenda esse. However, I do think that the history of law should or must or shall be taught. This is the objective and purpose of my entire speech and paper. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Stanislav Balík for his precious reflection on the importance of teaching history to law students. By the way, history and civics both are very key for forming and teaching not only law students but other students as well. Those are humanities, and they are very important in forming moral qualities.
Marie Besset, Director for Education of the Remembrance Society. So, dear colleague, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. It's early. It was late last night. So congratulations. I hope you've had enough coffee. I intend to keep my remarks rather brief so that we can have some discussion afterwards. But I'm pleased to be here to share some of the educational efforts that the Remembrance Society is currently undertaking and to ask for your assistance. So David Satter is leading the creation of a new curriculum to address new state standards in the state of Florida that now require for the first time that communism and its victims be included in the teaching of history. This is a very important new development. Up until this point, really the treatment of totalitarianism in American curriculum across all states was really just confined to Nazism and fascism. Communism, insofar as it was brought in, was really only treated in terms of the Second World War and then, of course, the Cold War. That being rather important for Americans. But as you are all well aware, America was a latecomer to the Second World War, right? So in American educational curricula, when we deal with the Second World War, it doesn't start with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Most Americans have no idea about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They don't know that the Second World War was initiated by an alliance between the two totalitarianisms. And this has been a significant issue in terms of understanding then what subsequently happened, after Victory in Europe Day, which in America is taken to be the end, and there was liberty. But as I stand here in Prague, I am deeply appreciative of the simple fact that liberty did not come to everywhere in Europe. There was not victory in Europe on VE Day, but rather one tyranny was replaced by another, right? The Soviet war aims were not the same as the Allies. They were not the same as the people who then were subjugated by them. And that's something that is also not treated in American curricula. And thus, most Americans think that, Joseph Stalin was Uncle Joe. The Soviets were allies, right? They helped us to defeat the Nazis, and therefore they too are good. Well, no, they helped us to defeat the Nazis so they could establish their own tyranny. There's a qualitative difference between those two aims. And until we in America more fully appreciate and understand and learn from your experience, there will always be a deficiency in our own understanding and a vulnerability in our political life. Christina at the gala last night quoted Václav Havel, where he extended the offer, to teach, to give us the benefit of your experience and the knowledge, and he used the word knowledge, the knowledge that derived from it. But of course, education is something that you have to undertake yourself. And I think up until I want to say today, right, Americans have not accepted that offer. But we're here to accept that offer on behalf of our fellow citizens because we are profoundly and deeply in need of, a deeper, a more accurate understanding of exactly what took place here and of communism in particular. Unfortunately, I think we also need a better and deeper understanding of Nazism and fascism. I would have thought up until about 13 months ago, actually, that Americans had done a pretty good job when it came to educating people about the deficiencies of Nazi ideology, and that we took seriously the phrase "never again." But sadly, the reaction to the events of October 7th, where more Jews were murdered than any day since the end of the Holocaust, have made me sincerely doubt that. On American campuses, we saw protests by students who know nothing of history, where they were chanting genocidal slogans and supporting contemporary Nazis. We are in profound need of real education. And so this is what the Remembrance Society is engaged in, right? We are against all forms of totalitarianism. It's not just Nazism, fascism. It's not just communism. It's also Salafi jihadism, because there's a core there. There's a flawed anthropology, a flawed understanding of human nature, that makes it so that any and every effort to establish the political systems that those ideologies seek to will have to torture human beings in order to make them to conform. I would also like to, I guess this is a paraphrase of the translation, so if I misunderstood one of our first speakers, Igor Lukács, then anyways, my misunderstanding is still accurate for the United States. Right, the inability or unwillingness of the West to declare that in winning the Cold War, the good prevailed over evil resulted in the belief that values didn't matter. Peter just mentioned civics. You have to provide a positive vision of the future, a positive philosophy, a positive articulation of what the foundations of our civilizational values are. And that is an important component of TRS's educational efforts that David Satter will be leading the effort on. Let's see. At this point, I would just like to end by asking again for your assistance to give us the benefit of your experience, to be patient with us, because the title of this conference is actually like quintessentially European, because it is nuanced and complex. And that's something that Europeans deal with, I think, with greater felicity than Americans do. And so, I ask for your assistance and to bear with us as we undertake the important educational work that we will be doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario, for your presentation and for your great plaidoyer for education. Thank you, thank you. A teď, přátelé, na závěr našeho panelu mi dovolte, abych požádal.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you about a more philosophical opinion. Our friend and former dissident, Martin Palos, has the floor.
Opportunity, I'm going to speak in English if I can, because I have some quotations from English. But let me to start by commenting a little bit on my experience here at this conference. Actually, I'm an addition to the panel, a last-minute addition, because one participant could not make it. We try to bring in not only those who have something to do with communism, resistance to communism, fall of communism, but departing from our belief that totalitarianism is a generic term and that communism and Nazism are two varieties of the same species, as a classical definition that was made in famous Boston Conference in 1953 clearly said. So we wanted to have a connection between Jewish experiences, a very tragic Jewish experience, especially during the Second World War, and our discussion about communism and how to put it together in the context of education. It turned out that This task was a little bit difficult. Person from Terezin Memorial was to be here. Obviously, I don't need to explain here what Terezin is all about. This place of suffering and also culture resistance and maybe final embraces before people were put to trains and sent to Auschwitz and disappeared. So I think that this is a very important connection. And we will try to do our best to bring this connection to, I would say, effective discussion at earliest point in the future. But it brings me to my more general point, and I will come to two important contributors to discussion about history. Because famous Roman dictum says that victrix causa deis placuit, that history is written by winners, that those who lose are defeated, are forgotten, their case is lost. I actually remember Paul Ricoeur, who came here to Prague. We were so privileged in our flying university before the fall of communism to have these type of speakers here. And he made a lecture about history from the perspective of defeated. And he gave us a couple of interesting examples, Gnostic movements in deserts in the 3rd century before Orthodoxy was in these famous church councils formulated, with all sorts of questions and testimonies and real experience, but gone. This is the history, but obviously more important is what we had in the 20th century, because many people simply disappeared without leaving any trace. So obligation of 20th century historians is to write history from perspective of those who had not a chance to speak for themselves, who simply disappeared. I think that what we should do is sometimes put our ears on the ground and to listen to these voices that are almost inaudible, that are still present, and try to transform them to lesson. Maybe this is one of the things Václav Havel had in mind that our experience with totalitarianism should be, and still has not been enough, transformed into knowledge. So how to do it? That's a very interesting and important methodological question. And now let me to use a written text, so it will be much easier for me. Now I will be rather reading than talking. I will bring in the discussion here a very important British historian who in the early 60s wrote an introduction to contemporary history. And Czech philosopher Jan Patočka was so touched by that book that he engaged himself in a discussion with him. So first of all, what is contemporary history? Baracco wrote in the introduction to his book, the problems involved not only in the writing, but also in the conception of contemporary history have given rise ever since 1918 to a long, contentious, and ultimately wearisome controversy. The very notion of contemporary history, it has been maintained, is a contradiction in terms. Before we can adopt a historical point of view, we must stand at a certain distance from the happenings we are investigating. It is hard at all times to disengage ourselves and look at the past dispassionately and with the critical eye of the historian. It is possible at all in the case of events which bear so closely upon our own lives. It must be said immediately that I have no intention of entering into this discussion of these methodological questions. But it turned out that Baraclough did. Despite this rather lamentable declaration, however, a number of important points were made. Where does contemporary history actually begin? Baraclough pointed out that in spite of the trivial fact that it concerns primarily the most recent historical events, contemporary history cannot be delimited only by a period study. Quote, contemporary is a very elastic term, and to say, as it is often done, that contemporary history is the history of the generation now living, and it is an unsatisfactory definition for the simple reason that generations overlap. Furthermore, if contemporary history is regarded in this way, we are left with ever-changing boundaries and an ever-changing content with a subject matter that is in constant flux. According to Baraclough, contemporary history follows an almost contrary procedure to history of the traditional type. Whereas the later starts at a given point in the past and works systematically forward from the chosen starting point, the point of departure of the former is the presence of a historian. It is only here that his search for the beginning of contemporary history in time and space can begin, and where his first and perhaps the most important task comes to establish its distinguishing features and its boundaries. However, it must be said immediately, Baraclough is quite cautious to think instantly about some fixed specific dates, places, or events in this context. He wants first to bring to our attention and make us think through a general phenomenon bearing upon today's situation of man in the world and having the decisive influence on our perception of contemporary history. It is the sense of living in a new period as a prevailing mood of our historical consciousness, the sense of living in a world in which the element of change seems to be much stronger than the element of permanence, the sense of living in a time which is, as Hamlet famously put it, out of joint, the sense of living in a period of transition, in turning point of a human history. The simple truth of our life world is that the present differs dramatically from what we knew and still remember as the world of yesterday, as you remember famous autobiography of Stefan Zweig. Isn't it just the difference felt, experienced, subjectively lived through by individual men and women, finding themselves in their concrete and thus always unique situation that actually represents the very gist of contemporary history? What makes it different from history of traditional type, history following the ideal coined by the School of German Historicism, founded by Leopold von Ranke, the ambition of which is nothing other than keeping the exact record of the happenings of the past to show the subject of its study only wie es eigentlich gewesen ist. A seemingly textbook triviality that history all has a double meaning. On the one hand, it is what happened to men and women at a certain time, at a certain place, and on the other hand, it is an account of these historical happenings produced by a historian, obtains a new meaning and becomes a real problem here. If the difference between modern and contemporary or postmodern is to be justified by historical analysis, the historian's role by definition must be different from the role of a traditional historian. Contemporary history, the features and boundaries of which he has first tasked to establish, needs to be his history, a history he cannot distance himself from in order to obtain necessary impartiality. he has to be willing and able to accept his role in it as a historian in the world of Barako, only as long as we keep our eyes alert for what is new and different and have the real gulf between the two periods fixed in our minds, can we start building a bridge across it? Aren't we moving in this reasoning in a circle? At the same time, isn't it something we should rather accept than try to avoid? Isn't it true, after all, that Ranke's idea of history as an objective and scientific study of the past for its own sake is also an idea conditioned historically? Isn't this idea also just a product of the identifiable circumstances of a particular time? European modernism, which had grown to its prime in the 19th century, isn't it true, after all, that, as Barako realized, quoting from Seton Watson, that in spite of all the indisputable achievements and contributions of Ranke's scientism for the adequate precision and objectivity of our knowledge of historical processes, from the time of Thucydides onwards, much of the greatest history has been contemporary history. Should a sense of living in a new period, which brings contemporary history into being, and which turns its historian into bridge builders between the world of the past, sinking into oblivion, and the new arriving, and thus still unknown world of the future, be used as an impulse to build yet one more bridge between contemporary history and contemporary classical philosophy? Wouldn't it be here in their renewed communication and dialogue that all the methodological questions Barako decided to leave behind, the question of periodization of history, question of continuity or discontinuity of historical processes, question of historical causality and explanation, question of historians' necessary distance from historical happenings, the question of historical truth can and should not be unfolded, examined, and eventually answered. I think that still this is a question and task to be fulfilled, and we know that we don't know, that we don't yet have answers. But let me to finish, because I'm hope not speaking too long now, with another great participant, silent participant in our discussion, Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt, I think she's the best analyst of totalitarianism, but she says loud and clear, it is something difficult to understand. So please don't rush too quickly to some definitions or your own concepts. First, try to understand the difficulties of understanding. And in the end of her essay, Crisis in Education, I think she says something extremely important. I cannot now go to details of her mental world and her concepts about us, because obviously education is a connectivity between old and new, between old generation as we are and young people. So what she said in the final paragraph of the Crisis in Education, what concerns us all cannot therefore be turned over to special science of pedagogy, is the relation between grown-ups and children in general, or putting it in ever more general and exact terms, our attitude towards the fact of natality. The fact that we have all come into the world by being born, and that this world is constantly renewed through birth. Education is the point at which we decide whether we love the world enough to assume responsibility for it, and by the same token, save it from the ruins which, except for renewal, except for the coming of the new and young, would be inevitable. And education, too, is where we decide whether we love our children enough not to expel them from our world and leave them to their own devices, nor to strike from their hands their chance of undertaking something new, something unforeseen by us, but to prepare them in advance for the task of renewing a common world. Thank you.
Děkuji Martinu Paloušovi za to, že
Thank you, Mr. Palouš, for reminding all of us that we cannot do without the history of philosophy. Thank you for today's reflection, mentioning Baraklovos, Patočka, Hannah Arendt, and other concepts. And thank you all other panelists, Mr. Balík, Stanislav Balík, Professor Balík, and also Mr. Marie Besset. So now we will have a 15-minute coffee break.
15 minutes.
tomu není napsaná, jako až potom jakoby napsaná.
Tam je to, že jakoby ten panel je hodně chlapů a jsme tady 4,
No.
už to rodina znamená, že jakoby půlníka je tam volná. Ale zase, když začneme jako něco později a někdo to přetáhne, tak jako může se to
Se na to zeptat, ale jako v tom programu je diskuze psaná potom delší a teďka taky nedal, takže poslední panel už o to ještě ne.
Já právě vím, že to mi Kamil říkal, že se to je udělaný takhle, ale právě, že když je tam, nebo jestli to možná nějaká časová záloha, jako když to bude někdo to tam, já jsem to počítal, tak mi to vycházelo na 16 minut.
You are not important at all. I just tell you, but it's not to give the presentation. I just want to ask the pronunciation of your name is Amno. Okay, that's the most important part of it. Yeah. This is the okay. Yeah. That's what I was able to find out on the internet. So I basically I know.
Not all information goes.
Yes, really. The title of your presentation is correct. Answers to the questions.
But do you think there is
Answers to some questions.
I say about this.
Okay. I will keep it in. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. Hello, sir. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for your invitation. Not my invitation. Yeah. We are part of the entertainment. Maybe many persons on the stage. Oh, it's so beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely. And it's one of the central truths of the problem. This is the book is actually outside the inside. Yeah. All kinds. It's beautiful. The outside. Inside. So what's the plan? Are we going to start on time?
Anja to podepsal. Mě odepsal.
Before, sorry, time to time, but
I also never do much. 4 years. 4 years. Supposed to go.
this is not German.
Actually, the Germans become very unapologetic. Really, a German student
Tak, dámy a pánové, prosím, vemte opět místa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting the next panel, and the moderator is Mr. Tomáš Malínek.
I would like to welcome you to the next panel of our conference. My name is Tomáš Malínek. I work at the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes here in Prague, and I will guide you through the following part of the conference. In next 90 minutes, we will talk not only about the past and remembering, but also about the problems of our time, since the title of this panel is Communist Past and Present. Now, I would like to introduce the first speaker. His name is Edward Lucas. He is a security specialist and journalist. He used to work for BBC, and in November 1989, he was, as a journalist, as a BBC correspondent here in Prague, in Czechoslovakia. Today, he lives in the United States, and he works for a think tank. Today, he will talk about unfinished businesses in history. Mr. Lucas, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much to the organizers for this invitation and to address this important conference. Along with my thanks, I also have to make an apology that my flight from Prague Airport is leaving alarmingly soon. And if you see me walk out from the panel, this is not a political protest, just because I have to get a car to the airport and hope to get that flight. And as Mr. Malínek mentioned, I used to live here under communism. I was the only Western freelance correspondent permanently based in this city. And when I arrived, Václav Havel was in jail. And when I left, he was president. Unlike most of my fellow correspondents after 1989 to 91, I didn't move on to other subjects. I've been covering this region, which we sometimes call Eastern Europe and sometimes Central Europe and sometimes the post-communist world or sometimes just the region ever since. And I've lived in the Soviet Union, I've lived in Russia, and I'm now based back in the West. And I still have unfinished business with the history of the communist era, and I believe we all should have that. One of the bits of unfinished business is loose ends. For example, I would love to know who killed Jan Masaryk. This was a big puzzle for me when I was living here under communism. I'd read the books by Claire Sterling and others about that case. And when communism collapsed, I was sure we would find out the truth. And I knew that the answer would be in the files of the Soviet NKVD. It's inconceivable that his death, if it was an accident, would not have been thoroughly investigated by the Soviet Secret Service Rezidentura here, with a full account sent to Moscow. And if he were indeed murdered, as I believe, then the details of that operation would also be recorded in the archives. So when my friend Václav Havel was preparing for his first visit to Moscow, to the supposedly friendly Boris Yeltsin in April 1992, I urged him to ask Yeltsin, as a sign of friendship, to release all the files relating to the Masaryk death. I even wrote an article for a Czech newspaper called Dear Mr. Yeltsin, Who Killed Our Foreign Minister? But unfortunately, other issues were on the agenda for that visit too, not least the continued supply of natural gas. The request was never made. The files have never been released. And there were many other loose ends in Prague in the 1990s, which I was puzzled we didn't investigate more vigorously. What really happened to all that Communist Party money? What happened to those strange Soviet front organizations such as the MON, the International Union of Journalists, the International Union of Students, which was only expelled from its great big concrete headquarters in 2006? What really happened to all the STB people and their money? And indeed, what really happened on November the 17th? I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think that it's a puzzle to me that 35 years later, we are still so uncertain about so many elements of this. And these loose ends, which you can say are just journalistic curiosities, are symptomatic of a deeper problem. We have failed to have a full reckoning with the crimes of communism. And this has blighted the region ever since, not just because of the mysterious good fortune of those who were able to finance their careers in the post-communist world because of their connections before the change, perhaps the even greater good luck of those whose past collaboration, which was obvious to everyone at the time, is so strangely missing from the archives. But also because we've never really confronted the broader moral decay of communism. We haven't properly compensated the victims, we haven't punished the perpetrators, and perhaps most importantly, we've not made ourselves immune from a resurgence of totalitarian and imperialist thinking and of the collaborationist mentality that enables it. Now, after I left Prague, I moved to the Baltic States, and I was delighted to see so many Lithuanians here at the conference. And it was absolutely obvious in the Baltic States, as early as 1992, perhaps more obvious even than it was here, that Russia was not the democratic, friendly country that many of my fellow Westerners believed it to be. True, communism in the sense of the planned economy and the one-party state was gone, but the lies and mass murder of the Soviet past remained, like poltergeists, malevolent spirits that disrupted and distorted any attempt at normal life. And my Baltic friends and I struggled to explain this to the outside world. Our problem was that the number one piece of evidence, the biggest exhibit, was history. If Russia couldn't accept the crimes of the Stalin era, then clearly there was something wrong with Russia. But we were dealing with a Western mindset that even then was profoundly ahistorical. Westerners, I believe, misunderstood the events of 1989 and 91. They thought this showed that history was over, that the democratic revolutions of those years were an escape from the prison of history and geography against the geopolitical certainties of the past in favor of a fun and flexible future. But for those paying attention, history had not gone away. Many shivered when the Kremlin advisor, Sergei Karaganov, proclaimed the Karaganov Doctrine of 1993. This created a new political category, unknown in international law, of Russian speakers deserving of Kremlin protection, whether they liked it or not. And a year later, the then Estonian president, Lennart Meri, issued a withering condemnation of Russia's historical amnesia in a speech in Hamburg in February 1994. I want to read you a couple of lines from this extraordinarily prescient speech. Why does the new post-communist Russia, which claims to have broken with the evil traditions of the USSR, stubbornly refuse to admit that the Baltic nations, Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, were occupied and annexed against their will and contrary to international law in 1940 and again in 1944, and subsequently brought to the limit of their national existence through 5 decades of Sovietization and Russification. Meri went on to highlight that the then Deputy Foreign Minister, Sergei Krylov, had just stated publicly that Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania had joined the Soviet Union, quote, voluntarily, unquote. Meri said, this is little short of the statement that tens of thousands of Estonians, including my family, including me, had voluntarily let ourselves be deported to Siberia. Now, it's worth noting that this quite mild remark about Soviet history provoked the head of the Russian delegation at this conference to lead his colleagues in a walkout, slamming the door demonstratively behind him. The delegation was not pleased because this was a dinner and they'd not had a chance to eat their dinner. I wondered, does anybody in the room know the name of this official? I'll give you a clue. He was the head of the Committee for Foreign Economic Relations of the city of St. Petersburg. His name was Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. He became better known in later years. This is the same Putin who wrote that notorious 5,000-word essay justifying the war in Ukraine on historical grounds. And it's fair to say that a politicized interpretation of the past is really the battering ram of Putinist ideology, not just fetishizing the Soviet victory in 1945, but also myth-making about the Soviet collapse, about the expansion of NATO and other historical ills, real and imagined. Now, it's true that we have history on our side as well. It's central in the opposition to Putin's war. The idea that Putin's ethno-nationalist policies echo those of Adolf Hitler towards the Volksdeutsche in the Czechoslovak Sudetenland 80 years ago used to be shocking. People used to walk out of the room when I said that Putin was treating these Russian speakers as the Volksdeutsche of our age. But now it's quite commonplace. We had the Prague Declaration in 2008, and that discourse has not just survived but thrived. And we see new signatories, initiatives, declarations, commemorations, and of course conferences, and a growing recognition, at least at an elite level, of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and its secret protocols and the death toll under communism. But that has not led us to draw the most important lesson, that Russian blindness to the crimes of the past spelt war in the future. And perhaps the most interesting question for future historians is why, given all those warnings and all those efforts about Russian imperialism, dating back, as I say, to the early 1990s, Putin's history-led war in Ukraine was not foreseen and forestalled. Now, one example is what in academic circles is called epistemic privilege. People who speak like me, with my kind of educational background, my kind of media outlets, get listened to. People whose names have lots of diacritics and maybe speak English with a bit of an accent and come from universities further east or from news outlets further east, don't get listened to. But I think that that isn't the only problem. I think it's the mindset behind that epistemic privilege that did the damage. And I want to just list what I think were the 7 deadly sins of the West in dealing with this issue over the years since 1991. And they are ignorance, arrogance, naivete, complacency, stubbornness, cowardice, and greed. So it starts with ignorance, which I've touched on, that the elites in Western Europe and North America typically had only the haziest idea of the languages, history, and culture of the captive nations. They regarded Eastern Europe as backward, muddy, cold, even comical, as we see to this day with the Borat films. The ignorance begets arrogance. Westerners believed it was their version of democracy and capitalism that won the Cold War, and the Easterners should be grateful for their liberation and for their chance to join Western clubs. And not only should they be grateful, they should be quiet. As I heard people say, nobody's interested in your post-traumatic stress disorder. Complaining about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is as pointless as demanding compensation or apologies for the Counter-Reformation. The arrogance begets naivete. When you do not understand what's going on and you don't want to understand it, you risk being cheated. And the epitome of this naive approach to Russia was the Obama-era reset of 2009. Hey, let's treat President Medvedev, I say President Medvedev, as if he's a serious reformer. What can go wrong? Well, a lot, as it turned out. Naivete begets complacency. The assassination of Anna Politkovskaya, internal Russian matter. The poisoning of Alexander Litvinenko with polonium in London, a rogue intelligence operation. The cyber attack on Estonia in 2007, a one-off. The war in Georgia in 2008, well, Saakashvili started it. The more the warning lights flashed, the more, next sin, stubbornly, the Western decision makers insisted that their big picture was still correct. Russia is a nuisance, but not a menace. It's possible to make money there. And we need the Russians on nukes and on climate change, counter-terrorism, so don't push them too hard. But behind the stubbornness, next sin, was an intellectual and moral cowardice, accepting that the Western line on Russia had been dramatically wrong for decades would mean taking responsibility for errors. That would require costly changes in policy on defense spending and energy security. It might mean apologizing. That would be bad for the careers of the people who would have to do the apologizing, so they didn't. But underlying all these sins is the biggest, is greed. It's really hard to persuade someone of something when their livelihood depends on not understanding it. Most of the people dealing with Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union had a personal financial stake in things going well. Being hawkish or gloomy, particularly in the private sector, but actually also in the public sector, was a career killer. We have a saying in English, he who pays the piper calls the tune, and the pipers followed those who were paying for the tunes. I was the Moscow correspondent for The Economist in the late Yeltsin and early Putin years, and I remember all too well how Western bankers, lawyers, accountants, and diplomats used to berate me for my cynicism and my warmongering about the dangers we faced from Russia. And perhaps the most striking example of this collection of sins is Germany, which has elevated greed, sanctimony, sentimentality, and dithering to an art form. It represents the overlap of historical, geographical, and geopolitical blind spots, allergic to nationalism because of its abuse by Hitler's Nazi regime, so that means Germans flinched at the idea that patriotism might lie behind the overthrow of communism. They said the East Europeans, the Osteuropäer, sind nationalistisch. They are nationalist, as if that was bad. They ignored the fact that Russian nationalism, far more toxic and dangerous force, was also on the rise. They thought that their Ostpolitik deserved credit for ending the Cold War, and that they should be grateful to the Soviet Union for allowing reunification. And they maintain a self-satisfied ignorance about the lessons from history, which they ignore, and how those lessons might apply to other crimes and dangers. So stuck in the uniqueness of their own history, they refuse to apply the lessons that they say they've learned, and hundreds of thousands of people are dead, maimed, and traumatized as a result of that ignorance. So the sins are grave, but the virtues deserve scrutiny too. Chief among them is righteousness, which can easily turn into a self-defeating and self-satisfied self-righteousness. No speech in Prague should be complete without a quote from Václav Havel. This is in Czech, and I shall say it in English first, but then in Czech. You should hang on to those who seek truth, but run away from those who say they've found it. Držte se těch, kteří hledají pravdu, utečte od těch, kteří ji nalezli. I actually think this quote came from Charlie Chaplin originally, and Havel just borrowed it. But anyway, it's a good quote. And I think that selectivity about the errors and wounds of misdeeds of the past is still all too often a hallmark of the national discourse in the ex-captive nations. Self-righteousness and myth-making that surrounds it may fuel patriotic sentiment, but it blunts the edge of our argument. The great temptation is that we cherry-pick the precise intersection of history and geography, events and people that makes us look good, and the people that we don't like look monstrous or silly or both. There's a great German word for this, which is Doppelgedächtnis. My history is my business, but your history is my political football. So it's a useful principle to start from the view that it's unlikely that any country or people are solely victims or solely perpetrators. Now, I wouldn't presume, particularly not here, to give advice to Czechs or Lithuanians or anyone else on this, but I'll finish up speaking from a British or Anglo-American point of view. And I think we have to take a bleak view of the sentimental and self-righteous approach in which World War II is remembered in our popular memory and in our elite discourse. We have a kind of transatlantic historical consciousness that sits very comfortably on the political contours of films such as Casablanca and The Sound of Music. They're great films, but they are fundamentally fiction, not a kind of historical compass. So the comforting portrayal of the war as a well-timed, one-dimensional struggle between good and evil, actually exactly the way that Putin looks at it, featuring neatly framed episodes such as the Blitz or the Battle of Britain or D-Day, is both toxic and misleading. Uncomfortable questions are skated over, not least, of course, the British treatment of Czechoslovakia. And without a thorough and knowledgeable exploration of the darker corners of the West's wartime history, any attempt to challenge the current interpretations of the 20th century in countries such as Russia risks looking hypocritical and one-sided. And given the urgent need to challenge Russia on exactly that, and the consequences if we fail, I believe it's imperative to make that case with the maximum clarity and the maximum moral authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. Thank you very much for your presentation. Not just the topic of your presentation was very interesting, but it was also a great pleasure to hear you. I wish every Czech historian was such a good speaker, like a former BBC journalist. Thank you very much once again. Our next panelist is Mr. Daniel Povolný. He works at the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes and in the Office for the Documentation and Investigation of the Crimes of Communist Regime, which is the special Czech police submission. Mr. Povolný is a true specialist in military history. He wrote several books on the history of the Czechoslovak People's Army and Czechoslovak state security. Today, he will talk about overlooked victims of the Day of Shame and Defiance on August 21st, 1969. He will speak in Czech. Mr. Povolný, the floor is yours.
Já děkuji kolegu Malínkovi za udělené slovo.
Thank you very much. So, apart from August 1969, I also deal with other, or 1989, I also deal with other topics such as the Secret Service, as was mentioned during one panel yesterday by Petr Blažek. I also deal with military intelligence or military counterintelligence of Czechoslovakia. And apart from that also state security, operational techniques such as eavesdropping or secret filming secret pictures and so on. So it is a much wider area actually. So for decades, the dead and wounded from August 1969, when citizens across Czechoslovakia commemorated the first anniversary of the occupation by the armies of the 5 Warsaw Pact states, have stood in the shadow of the dead and wounded from the more famous August 1968. This is logical in a way, but it does not mean that we should forget them. Unfortunately, this has happened and is still happening. Even this year, when we should have been commemorating the 55th anniversary of these events with dignity, this has virtually not happened. And the attention of the public, politicians and the media has traditionally been focused on August 1968 only. There were only a minimum of institutions that remembered August 1968 as well. The Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes was at the forefront of these, not only through the seminar it organized on this topic, but also through its contributions to the journal called Memory and History and the space provided on its website. Last but not least, initiative of the Institute also prompted efforts to implement an amendment to law number 482 of 2020 on compensation for the wounded and deceased of August 1969, with the aim of widening the circle of their relatives who could apply for compensation of damages. This has already been done, and in the meantime, on 11th October 2024, the government of the Czech Republic approved the amendment and expanded the circle of eligible claimants to all relatives of these wounded or deceased in August 1969. So, compensation for victims of August 1968. Before 1989, the victims of both August 1968 and August 1969 received virtually no specific compensation for the damage to their health and lives, apart from the payment of mostly social benefits or welfare benefits such as widows or disability pensions. A certain exception was made for the victims of the temporary stay of Soviet troops in Czechoslovakia, who, according to Decree number 11 of 1969, collection of law, could receive compensation, but only for damages incurred after the decree came into force. This was also reflected in 1991, when the withdrawal of the Soviet troops from the Czech and Slovak Federal Republics was addressed. Government Resolution number 822 of 19 December 1991 adopted the principles for the compensation of survivors of victims of the entry, state and departure of Soviet troops and citizens injured in health in connection with the entry, stay and departure of Soviet troops. The victims could receive 10,000 Czech crowns for a light injury, 10 to 25,000 Czech crowns for moderate injury, and 25,000 to 50,000 Czech crowns for a severe injury. In the event of death, relatives received 100,000 Czech crowns, the amount already paid by the state in the past, such as funeral and maintenance payments to survivors, was then deducted from the compensation. So the eligible claimants were allowed to submit their claims only until 30th June 1992, which a significant number of victims and survivors did. In the meantime, on 20th May 1982, the Presidency of the Federal Assembly issued Act number 296 on compensation for damage caused to Czechoslovak individuals by the entry of foreign troops into the territory of the Czechoslovak Republic. However, this concerned only damage done to one's property. However, still there was no consensus that there was a dignified compensation for all the victims of the occupation. Therefore, on 3rd May 2005, the Parliament of the Czech Republic adopted Act number 2003 of 2005 collection of the law on the compensation of certain victims of the occupation of Czechoslovakia by the troops of the Soviet Union, the German, Polish, Hungarian and Bulgarian People's Republics. In addition to those killed and wounded, the law also made it possible to compensate those who had been raped. In the end, it only 150,000 crowns to the relatives of the deceased, instead of the intended 1 million crowns was paid. 70,000 crowns to the wounded with permanent consequences and their heirs, and 30,000 crowns to others, including the wounded without permanent consequences. However, the drafters or the legislators failed to include in it that the right to compensation did not apply to claimants satisfied under Government Resolution number 822 of 1991. So an amendment had to be issued in order to remedy the situation and extend the time for filing an application for the damages up to 31st of December 2010. Around 1,700 claimants applied for compensation under this law, of whom around 300 received the compensation, around 100 did not prove their claim, and over 300 had previously been compensated under another legal norm. Although the government had budgeted 250 million Czech crowns for the payment of the damages, only over 12 million had been spent. The victims of 1969, meanwhile, came up empty every time. Jaroslav Muzikář, the father of Danuše Muzikářová, who was shot dead in Brno on 21st August 1969, repeatedly unsuccessfully sought compensation in this way from the early 1990s until his death. On the basis of an agreement with the Ministry of the Interior, he only managed to obtain over 5,000 Czech crowns to purchase a dignified tombstone, which to this day commemorates his daughter's wasted life. The creation and implementation of Act number 482, collection of law. It was not until 2020, in the midst of the epidemic of COVID-19, it seemed that the fortunate finally smiled or turned towards the victims of August 1969. In July 2020, a group of MPs submitted a bill to atone for the harm done to the citizens of the Czech Republic from 19 to 22nd August 1969. The construction of the bill referred to the aforementioned Act number 2003 of 2005 on compensation for certain victims of the occupation of Czechoslovakia. The comment procedure was underway in July 2020. Although the Ministries of Defense, Labour and Social Affairs, Interior, Justice and Finance welcomed the bill, the Ministry of the Interior in particular criticized its poor legislative level. The bill was finally passed in Chamber of Deputies without substantial amendments on 30th of September 2020. The Senate debated on the bill on 13th of November 2020, which meant that it was adopted, that the Act number 482 of 2020 was adopted. It was an act on compensation for certain victims of the suppression of demonstrations on the first anniversary of the occupation of Czechoslovakia by the troops of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the German Democratic Republic, the People's Republic of Poland, the Hungarian People's Republic, and the People's Republic of Bulgaria.
On closer reading, however, we see that it wasn't a smile, it was rather a smirk. The first comment could be already made on the timing of when the victims were supposed to have sustained their injuries. It's true that the main protests took place on the 22nd August 1969, but the first demonstrators, for example, appeared on Wenceslas Square in Prague as early as 16th August. The example of Bohuslava Mazna, who died on the 24th August 1969, shows that the armed forces waited here for several days after the 22nd August. Most importantly, however, is the definition of the range of persons who, if the victim is no longer alive, are entitled to compensation. Only spouses, if the marriage was going at the time of the victim's death, and their children or the parents of the victims were considered eligible. However, their siblings were completely omitted, which is doubly sad for persons who died in August 1969, since practically none of them, because of their youth age before their death, not only had no children. No, this definition was based on an uncritical adoption of the scope of beneficiaries under Act number 203, which was probably inspired by the rather peculiar Section 15 of the Civil Code of 1964. It is also very sad that the legislators failed to note that Section 82, subsection 2 of 2012 Civil Code extended the scope to all persons close to the victim. This was only rectified a month ago. Act number 482, 2020 came into force on the 1st of January 2021, and by the 11th of November 2024, the legal department of the Ministry of the Interior, or rather its compensation department, had dealt with only 12 applicants. By 2021, a total of 11 claims were settled, 8 of them positively, while 2 were for injuries with permanent consequences, 5 for injuries and 1 for death. The remaining 3 applications, 2 injuries and 1 death, were refused, dismissed. In 2022, there were no claims for compensation. In 2023, 1 claim for injury, and it was dealt positively. Now there was no application received. The total amount paid out so far is therefore 620,000 Czech crowns, consisting of compensation for permanent damage 2 times, 90,000 Czech crowns, and 40,000 for injuries and 200,000 for death 1 time. So the surviving victims or any relatives still have the opportunity to make a claim. And now let's shed some light on victims of August 1969. František Kohout was born in Prague on April 51. He worked as a bricklayer, and he died on the 20th August 1969. A projectile that bounced off the pavement hit him in the head in front of the former hotel Praha. Downtown. Vladimír Kruba, another victim, was born in Prague in 1950. He was an electrician at the automotive repair works in Prague. He died at the same place as the previous victim, and a bullet bounced off the pavement and apparently hit him in the back while he was running away. And Bohumil Svařínek was born in 1955. He was a pupil of the 8th grade of the school in Písek. He visited his aunt in Prague, and on a square he was hit in the stomach by a stray bullet in Londýnská Street in Prague, and he was brought to a hospital, but he died early in the morning of the 24th August 1969. Danuše Muzikářová was born in Brno on July 13, 1951. She worked in Brno at the national enterprise KRAS. By an unfortunate coincidence, she appeared in the clash of demonstrators on the 21st of August, and while fleeing from the place toward Moravské náměstí, 1 bullet hit her in the back of her head. Stanislav Velehrad was born in Brno on the 30th on the 30th April 1941 in Kovalovice in the Brno-Verkov district. He worked at the Research Institute of Construction and Ceramic Machines in Brno. In Brno, he was around 5 p.m. On the 21st August hit by a bullet, fatal bullet. Bohuslava Mazná, born Machová, was born on the 23rd September 1942 in Mníšek pod Brdy municipality. In the evening of August 1969, she was riding on a borrowed scooter on today's D4 motorway. Near the Cukrák TV transmitter at 8:30, she ran into a stationary illuminated armored personal carrier OT-65 from the tank regiment in Písek. The regiment had been detached for action against demonstrators in Prague. On impact, she suffered a fractured skull base. She succumbed to this injury after being taken to a hospital in Prague. I know that the carrier was illuminated, but the lights were they are different from the lights of normal vehicles. Jan Povolný was born on November 9th, 1945. In Jindřichohradecko district. He worked as a technician and he served in the tank regiment in Písek. On the afternoon of the 21st of August, the regiment was ordered to travel to Prague, Zbraslav, to be used against demonstrators. Sergeant Povolný was driving as a commander, and around 8:30 p.m. he decided to get out of the vehicle, and he was to guide passing vehicles out of the convoy. Shortly thereafter, an inexperienced person, Martin Cziczak, crashed into the parked vehicle, and unfortunately Povolný was run over. Jindřich Pavlík, soldier, was born on the 23rd March 1948 in Ústí nad Labem. He was a turner. He served in the tank regiment in Strašnice. On the 22nd August, he paid the price for a whole chain of errors. His young was claimed in a collision between his T-54 tank that was lined up to leave to Prague. And now you see this is a picture of the family. This person's mother died, and the father took another wife, and the sister was caring for her brother basically the whole time. And here you see where the tragic accident happened, which claimed the soldier's life. This is all I wanted to say about the victims of 1969, and I would like to thank you.
It proves that some problems of the past can be extremely up to date, even more than 50 years later. Our last speaker today is Mr. Gregory Amnuel, filmmaker, producer, journalist, and politician. He is the author of more than 30 documentaries and award winner in international film festivals. He worked in the Moscow City Duma and in the State Duma of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. Today, he is a founder and director of the International Dialogue Open Club and of Schools of Social Management and Civic Initiatives, thank you, educational program for young Russians in Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. The title of his presentation is Answers to Some Questions of the Conference and More than 100 Years of History. Mr. Amnuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good day for all persons. It is a privilege to speak at the very end conference, but the time limit requires special attention. I believe it is necessary to read my answers to the questions. They are too serious. The organization committee has a text, and I hope they will be able to include it in a publication directed to the conference. I will try to briefly summarize what has been said and heard. First, all countries, whether by their own will or by force, that were complete, to follow the Soviet communistic path, were drenched in blood. Some more, some less. This proves that the very foundation of the idea is unviable and inhuman. Therefore, we must do everything we can to ensure that, like the ideologies of nationalsocialism and fascism, it is condemned. It should be judged by the peoples, by the states, not just by one country. At a minimum, it should be judged by a European court. Second, without judicial evaluation of the ideology and practice, the process of punishing individual perpetrators will not achieve the desired result. In Nuremberg, they judged not only the convicted individuals, but more importantly, the ideology and institutions that applied it. Next, without condemning once and for all Soviet practice and communist ideology, we cannot be sure that our grandchildren will not face the same problems that have been together in Prague. Our enemies are too strong to be underestimated. Next, the abuse of power by authorities will only increase with the possibility provided by technological progress. Political murders in Russia, aggressive wars in Chechnya, Georgia, Ukraine, this all prove it. The Pope John Paul II, during his pontificate, expressed remorse for the persecution of peoples of various nationalities and faiths, primarily Jewish. But there has been no repentance from the communist regime anywhere. For the sake of our children, it is impossible to reconcile with those who not only do not repent, but continue to commit new and ever more human crimes. I believe the memorial in Prague, dedicated to the victims of communist tyranny, best reminds us of this. Forgiveness can only happen on a clear line in drawn, without condemning the crimes of the Soviet and communist ideologies and practices. This is impossible. Let me remind you of the inscription on the memorial in Prague, the memorial to the victims of communism, the dedicated to all the victims, not only those who were imprisoned or executed, but also those whose lives were destroyed by totalitarian despotism. Next, the Nazi Reich existed for 12 years. The Soviet communist regime lasted anywhere from 50 to 75 years. Can we say that the position of Nazism and fascism ceased to work after many years? Given the success of parties like AfD, Alternative für Deutsche, and in Germany, or Marine Le Pen in France, among others, the answer is clear no. To claim that a return to a Soviet regime, even without its ideological and red flag, is impossible after 25 or more years is short-sighted. These terrible ideas are still alive. They continue to find supporters. Next, after the collapse of the USSR and Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Economic Union CEF, the Cold War ended. Really? For many, there was a головокружение от успеха, giddy feeling of success. Having joined NATO and European structures, many believed that all the bad things were behind us. Our enemies saw and acted differently. The war of Chechnya, the assassination of Alexander Litvinenko, the war in Georgia, the murder in the center of Berlin, the war in Ukraine, and the assassination of Boris Nemtsov all confirm this. It is time to wake up and return to the relentless strategy. Yes, the red flag has been replaced by the tricolor, but this should not mislead us. The structures that committed crimes in the 20th century have simply changed only their name. They continue their work. Russia has proven that it is not only the legal successor of the USSR, but continues the policy of world domination, the policy of the USSR and communism time. And I am confident that if our generation does not act now in a decade, it will be too late. Documents will be destroyed. Witnesses will die. Today, 5 people remember the events that took place in Prague 8 years ago. However, the manifesto adopted at the time, with the exception of 1 or 2 points, is still entirely relevant. The fate of those who adopted it is tragic. The problems discarded then are real again. Next, time for justice is running out. Without decisive action and condemnation of the ideologic, it will be reborn and flood the world with blood. The experience of Asia, Africa, South, and Latin America clearly demonstrated this. And finally, illustration should be carried out immediately. After decades, it loses its relevance. Constant work is needed. Popularizing fates of memory, works of art, movie, drama, theater. Creating museums, occupation, and anti-communist centers in the places where there is USSR and its successor committed crimes. It is important to use the example of daily work of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial Complex. The International Memorial Your Institute should receive maximum support from all states. Persecution of the staff and structures of Memorial should be resolutely stopped. Only through such action can we preserve and pass on to future generations historical memory, memory that is not falsified by criminals. And I wanted to talk about first problem now. This is war. This is war in Ukraine, in Israel, in South America, where Venezuela and Guyana and Africa and other continents. Who made this? These questions, for me, this is absolutely answer. This is Russia. But only for Russia, this is interesting. 2 years after open operation in territory in Ukraine in February 2022, many countries, many cities, many parliaments with flag from Ukraine. But after 7 October, many territory, many organizations changed. Now this is flag Palestine. And one more, Israel too. For him, this is interesting. For Arabian, no. Who have money? Arabian? No. Only Russia have absolutely money for make all involved. Russia don't have problem with money, with all sanction in Europe and United States and other world. Absolutely no. Please go to the board between Lithuania, Latvia with Belarus. You're looking big car, like 14, 15 tons, who stand in line 2 weeks. This is not clean car. This is with materials. This is not only food and dress. This is all materials. This is no sanction. This is no problem business. This is problem politic. They possibly presented embassy of Great Britain, United States, and other country in Berlin in 1943. No, this is impossible. You possibly looking newspaper 1st September 1939, where you read this is Second War. No, this is small war between Germany, Dry Reich, and Poland. After 17 September 1939, this is small conflict with Soviet Union and Poland. The Soviet Union helping many peoples who live in Poland. Maybe Ukrainian nationality, maybe Jewish nationality, maybe Belarusian and other nationality. This is really small war? No, this is second war. What do we do now in world? War. No small war. This is a very big problem. This is war make Russia. This is not only problem for Asian people. This is first really problem for people Ukraine, one more people for Belarus, and one more for people who live in Russia. This is no problem only terrorism, but this is mentality ideologic. For many person, young or no young, who remember story his family in Stalin repression, in communist repression, all time. But now this is, we live. If we live, we have food, no problems. This is war not for me. But this is crisis mentality. Don't have chance for new situation. But if we look into history, where did Stalin, all person, don't like this situation where your wife, your son, possibly, go to Gulag, and you too. This is not only for normal civil, this is absolutely really for members of Politburo, Presidium CK. He don't like Stalin. This is strange. Now, Putin absolutely don't strange for government. Time to time, he have very big money, very good money. In Moscow, St. Petersburg, in big city, work all theaters, all gallery, all restaurants, music play every day, every time. No war. This is not Berlin in 1941 yet. This is not Prague. This is not Warsaw. This is absolutely different. And mentality different. This is no problem only now. You say to me, Putin is very dangerous, very strange. Really? Yes. But if I make questions for a person from Afghanistan, he says me, other family. For Georgia, remember, open war in who? Putin? No, Medvedev. My colleague, very good talking about this is personal. This is absolutely not democratic, in no realistic, no possibly change all situation. But for Czech, you remember, in 1968, this is Mr. Brezhnev. Mr. Putin absolutely young this year. I possibly remember who is make in Hungary 90, 56 year. You remember who is Ambassador Soviet Union in Budapest? Mr. Andropov. He write in Kremlin, please welcome army, and not talking about not big, but maybe 400, 200 person Soviet soldier who help for Hungarian persons. There's absolutely no interest for Russian Federation. Many persons don't understand what is it Novocherkassk. Many years. This is different. You remember 1968, but this is his story. Story of your country and your family. In Russia, don't have history story, it don't have family story. This is a problem. Yes, Moscow, absolutely European city, this megapolis, like in New York, like London, Paris, and other. But mentality other, absolutely. First position, great Russia, but great with him. This is problem for all countries who have board with Russian and Soviet Union in Russian Federation all time. Baltic country, Poland, Romania, other. But if we have victory, Russia, possibly stop war, Russia government possibly looking, but in Poland maybe 10 billion Ukraine, and here remember, war in West Ukraine, not closed in 1945 here, closed in 1955, 10 years, without helping from West, without absolutely chance for victory. 10 years. In Kremlin, this is remember. Possibly stop in board Ukraine to Poland? No, absolutely impossible. Possibly helping for war with sanction and with Lend-Lease. This is very nice, very good. I say this about sanction. I say this about Lend-Lease. Mr. Stalin and Soviet Union helped Lend-Lease after November 1941 year, without absolutely all stopped system. All food, military, technical, metal, panzer, other plane, this. But Stalin, I don't like, but he great person, absolutely. All speech with Mr. Churchill and Mr. Roosevelt says, please, second, where are your soldiers? Second war, this is not only 44 years where we have Normandy operation. We have Africa, we have Pacific Ocean, we have Sicily. If great General Rommel, no in Africa, when he very good have victory with French, with England army, before Stalingrad, maybe history absolutely other. This is Stalin understand. Impossible only with sanction and Lend-Lease victory in war. This is my answers for your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, once again, dear speakers, thank you very much for your presentations. I would also like to express special thanks to the audience. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I officially close the panel after a very short break, let's say like 5-10 minutes. The last panel of the conference will start. After that, we will have enough time for discussion. So thank you very much and see you soon.
With presentation and
and I did the same, so I will use also the.
and do you have the presentation also?
I gave them.
Yeah, okay, it's great. Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, prosím, posaďte se všichni na svá místa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will resume and start the last panel of our conference. Please, we need to play by the schedule. We are starting the last panel of today's conference, titled Reconciliation with the Communist Past as a Key Aspect for the Present. We have heard many presentations from various European but also global angles of view. And now I would like to welcome Jan Cholinsky from our institute, the Institute from the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. He will be presenting the situation in Poland from the view of a person who is actually very familiar with the situation in Poland. His title is A Polish Struggle for the Past and the Present. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say something on the outset. First, I have identified with the proclamation that the communist regime in Czechoslovakia, 45 until 89, was illegitimate and reprehensible. And also, I think that the discussion as led here from yesterday about the ban, the possible ban of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia was the most important. And I see it eye to eye with Hanna Marvanova and Martin Mejstřík, saying that the Communist Party should have been sanctioned, should have been abolished, and the members should have been then also punished. I have the deepest sympathy with the colleagues from Poland who see it in a very similar way. So this will be the context for my paper, which I will be giving here. I will also show you some video footage, and I will comment on it. We will be going back to December 12th, 2021, when in the house of Wojciech Jaruzelski, there was a very interesting meeting there with Wojciech Jaruzelski, with the chief editor and a famous journalist, Adam Michnik. Gazeta Wyborcza was the magazine. He was the editor-in-chief. The video is in Polish and will not be therefore interpreted.
Domagając się pociągnięcia do odpowiedzialności karnej komunistycznego zbrodniarza, wewnątrz trwało towarzyskie spotkanie Jaruzelskiego z Adamem Michnikiem.
Adam, czy jesteś głodny?
Prosím tady zastavit. Tak já myslím, že...
Here, stop, please. I don't need to explain it too much. There were people protesting in front of the house against the fact that the communist felon Jaruzelski was not imprisoned. And the meeting is between Jaruzelski and Michnik.
Wielokrotnie podczas spotkania wychwalał komunistycznego dyktatora.
Generał Jaruzelski jest polskim patriotą.
Zajmować się relacją między Michnikiem a Jaruzelskim to jest zajmować się najnowszą historią Polski.
To spotkanie doskonale ilustruje zblatowanie komunistów.
Here you heard the previous speaker speaking. It was a Polish journalist and writer, Bronisław Wildstein, who was saying that to be interested in the relationship between Michnik and Jaruzelski is to explore the contemporary Polish history.
Z grudnia 1991 roku. W trakcie radiowej debaty w 10. rocznicę wprowadzenia stanu wojennego Adam Michnik oraz Jerzy Urban udawali, że się spierają. Ale po zakończeniu audycji dziennikarzom udało się nagrać, jak razem z prowadzącą audycję Moniką Olejnik wsiadają do jednego samochodu.
Adam, a odpowiedz, robimy sondę uliczną. Poszukaliśmy ciebie. Może pan powiedzieć, o czym pan rozmawiał z panem Adamem Michnika dzisiaj w 10. rocznicę?
O wprowadzeniu stanu.
I co? Jaka konkluzja?
Nie ma konkluzji.
A lubicie się panowie?
Nie.
Pani Moniko?
To będzie sfilmowana przez panem Urbanem, tak?
Tak, dokładnie.
Ja wsiądę.
Tak, bo to jest Adaś, no. Ale czy to widzimy dobrze? Jakiś super zbliżony. Tak? Adaś siada Adaś.
Jaruzelski dorosłe życie podporządkował służbie Moskwie. W latach 40. jako agent informacji wojskowej odpowiedzialnej za masowe represje na żołnierzach wyklętych w 1970 roku był jednym z dowódców tłumiących protesty robotników na Wybrzeżu. Zginęło 40 osób, ponad 1000 zostało rannych.
To jest facet. To jest polski facet.
W 1968 roku, służąc Rosjanom, wyprowadził czołgi, które krwawo stłumiły praską wiosnę. W tym samym roku wsparł aktywnie antysemickie czystki, usuwając i degradując oficerów żydowskiego pochodzenia. Polacy, ludzie Solidarności, chcieli go jednak rozliczyć w pierwszej kolejności za wprowadzenie stanu wojennego, co zaprzepaściło na początku lat 80. szansę wyzwolenia Polski spod sowieckiego buta.
Była to bezwzględna władza komunistyczna, wojskowa junta, która nie mogła znieść i unieść wolnościowych aspiracji Polaków.
Dlatego takie sceny czułości.
Przyjemne zaskoczenie.
Ja ho miluji ho.
Tylko miłość wzajemnością
Ma przyszłość. Ma przyszłość.
Do dziś budzą obrzydzenie antykomunistycznych działaczy.
W stosunku do kata Polski, do zdrajcy, do sowieckiego zaprzańca, to było coś zupełnie niesamowitego.
Bratanie się z komunistami już na początku lat 90. było ostro krytykowane.
Nie da się budować nowego ustroju ekonomicznego i politycznego Polski na układzie społecznym stworzonym przez komunistów. Wy to proponujecie. Wy to proponujecie.
This is a conflict with the late or with the president, the future president.
Okazał się Wałęsa.
Właściwie by nic by nie było, Wojtku. Nic. Tylko ty i Wałęsa, i dwaj ludzie, którzy mogli zmienić bieg historii. Wyście to zrobili. Zawsze byli
Ty a Wałęsa jste mohli změnit historii a také jste to udělali.
Like Wałęsa is saying, you could have changed the history, and you did.
Co? Może się odpiąć od generała teraz.
Tak, tady bych prosil to
Ale
vypnout.
także dobrze urządzić się w trzeciej RP. Splecenie tych...
Tak, tolik k té
Just very briefly. If you'd like to learn more about General Jaruzelski, there is a good biography written by Lech Kowalski, a Polish historian, and there are two documentaries on the life of General Jaruzelski. So the first one is called Comrade General, and was written and directed by Grzegorz Braun. The film was screened also on Polish TV and had high ratings, but it took a while before it was screened again. And then another poster. So this is a sequel, an 1-hour documentary called "The Comrade General is Going into War." So much for General Jaruzelski. I guess we don't have to dwell on this topic any further. If you'd like to learn more about Adam Michnik, you can read this book. It's called Poland in Half by Petr Janiszka. It was published recently in Czech. And it is about contemporary Polish personalities connected to the existing government of Prime Minister Tusk, including Adam Michnik. And his life story starts with the words, "It is a living symbolism of Polish anti-communist opposition. His entire life he's been influencing Polish society as an essayist and a journalist, and also as editor-in-chief of a left-wing Gazeta Wyborcza, left-wing daily." So, I wanted to say that with regard to what has been said before, it is clear that people introduced in this book around Adam Michnik and former Lech Walesa, leader of Solidarity and former Polish president, they stand on one side of the Polish barricade of the process of reconciliation with the communist past, and then there is the second side of the barricade, and there are other people that I will talk about today, and I also sympathize with them. So if we could come back to picture number 1. And one of the people that I would like to mention today is Bronisław Wildstein, Polish journalist, writer, author, also a former who lived formerly in exile in France, or was exiled in France, where he was editor-in-chief of Constance, of an exile journal. And he's the main hero of film, very inspirational for Czech viewers. And perhaps it could be used as for teaching secondary school students, teenagers, young people, because this is a very good film that illustrates nicely this era and could be used as a teaching instrument or for students. And I will show you a later brief introduction. It's called Three Bodies, and it is from 2008. It was directed by Anna Ferenc and Anna Stankiewicz. This documentary of these two ladies, called Three Bodies, was seen by millions of people, and it shows documentary footages and scenic reconstructions, and it shows a tragic story of 3 students from the University of Krakow who were surrounded by totalitarian rule and power. In 1996, they established, together with other students, independent activist group, which was infiltrated by secret police. Stanisław Pias, in May 1968, he was murdered under unknown circumstances. It was deemed as an accident. And Mr. Maleška became one of the highest-ranking state security officers. He was a journalist, a member of the editing board of Gazeta Wyborcza. He lived in France, where he was a journalist in exile, and after the fall of communism, he wrote for Rzeczpospolita. when trying to find more about the death of Pospolita, he found out about a person dubbed Ketman. And the two directors managed to write, to shoot a historical footage about secret or private investigation of former students of Solidarity, trying to find out who had murdered their friend. This film is also a drama with a number of historical truths and facts, and it asks ethical questions about guilt and atonement, and reflects on the communist totality. We can hear from the past perpetrators of communist crimes, and in case of Pias's death, unlike in the original version, it was not deemed accident, but it was deemed murder, but no one was prosecuted for that. And when asking for some answers, we can see that those who are asked these questions try to, skip the answers and talk about something else. When we come to Gazeta Wyborcza, and we can see a dissident who is trying to, who suddenly finds himself in a new situation. The editing board, together with Jan Michnik, distanced themselves from Maleška, but he was still a collaborator of the journal, and he was let go only shortly before the premiere of this film. We can see footages or transcriptions of past press conference where Adam Michnik, who was against illustrations, was answering the questions of journalists regarding Maleška under Ketman's pressure, because that was his code name. He admits that it is important who the agent of state secret police was, but he defends some of his old views, saying that the information needs to be proven. And when talking about Welstein, he says, we did everything we could to come to terms with communism. Illustrations are the biggest evil. We cannot trust the archives. Archives lie, they are full of lies, but it's nonsense, it's mystification, because the state secret did these archives for themselves. So this is a quote-unquote. This was quoted by a Czech daily years ago. And at the end of the film, Bronislav Wilstein says, with regard to his former friend, Mr. Jaroslav Maleško, can you forgive a person who admits his guilt? He didn't do that. In fact, he's getting more mixed up in his lies. Atonement or forgiveness is a process that needs to involve both parties, the one who forgives and the one who is forgiven. And you need to show that you regret, and you need to take an extra step. But today in this world, forgiveness is a fast food, bam, and all is forgiven. It has no weight anymore, but I want my life to have some weight, unquote. End of the quote. So this was the introduction of Bronislav Wilstein and this amazing film called Three Buddies, or Three Friends, which is a great didactic tool for secondary school students. Moving forward, I would also like to, in connection with the films that I've mentioned before about Jaruzelski and others, I would also like to mention that the director of these films, Grzegorz Braun, also wrote several other historical documents, such as documentaries, such as a parade of winners or winning parade, winners, or which took place in 1938 after the attack on Poland in 1938, or New Poland, another film about both Polish and other agents, and how Sovietization of Poland was being prepared at the time. And perhaps I could also mention for episode series called Transformation from Lenin to Putin, which is one of the best documentaries ever about the evolution of communism and about war, the best documentary written after the fall of communism. First, it was supposed to be a 5-episode series, but the last episode was not made yet. So it stands with Gorbachev coming to power. As regards Bronislaw Wilstein that I've talked about before, perhaps I could also say that in terms of ideology, he's close to Právo and Spravedlnost parties, Law and Order and Justice Party, and George Brown, who stopped being a filmmaker and became a politician. And his political position was opposition of law and justice party, so he was on the other side. And another, or perhaps the second and last, Polish activist and historian that I would like to mention to you is Sławomir Cęckiewicz. He's a Polish historian who, at the time when I wrote some reviews, film reviews, was much younger, but now he's actually an older person. But I want to talk about his film about Anna Solidarita. It's about the life and work of Anna Valentinovičová, and it was translated into Czech in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And I will read to you bits and pieces from that. So Cęckiewicz also focused on the period of communist regime, about opposition, about secret service or secret police, and he's the author of several autobiographies, and he's the advisor to the president and the director of the Memory Institute.
Well, it happened in 2016 when the book Anna Solidarity was published in Czech. And now I am quoting. The quote cannot be interpreted since the interpreters don't have the book in front of them. Thank you for your understanding.
Válečného sirotka a nadšené v uvozovkách svazačky, která prošla proměnou v hluboce věřící katoličku, vůdčí postavu legendární Solidarity a nekompromisní antikomunistku, jsou zde následující důvody. Za prvé, českému čtenáři se vůbec poprvé nabízí možnost seznámit se s plnými nevypreparovanými dějinami nejmasovějšího středoevropského hnutí občanského odporu vůči komunistické nadvládě polského hnutí Solidarita, a to včetně jeho nejsvětlejších i nejstinnějších stránek. Za druhé, příběh Anny Valentinovičové a podstata jejího dlouhodobého střetu s Lechem Wałęsou a jeho věrnými dokumentuje a obnažuje bludný princip, na němž vystavěla vítězná část polského disentu, kam patří třeba Wałęsa, Michnik nebo Kuroň, svůj triumf a to je dialog a kooperaci s vládnoucími komunisty. Za třetí, předmluva pro českého čtenáře a závěrečné kapitoly vydávají svědectví o transformaci komunismu v postkomunismus a morálních deficitech nové politické a mediální komunisticko-disidentské elity. Paralely s českým vývojem soudnému čtenáři jistě neuniknou. Nové postkomunistické elity se systematicky snažily Annu Valentinovičovou vymazat z historie a bagatelizovat její disidentskou anabázi, protože se nesmířila se zradou kulatého stolu v uvozovkách. a stejně zarputila jako před ním nazývala věci pravými slovy. Nejlepším dokladem, že se jim to dařilo jen dočasně, je právě Cenckyjovičova kniha. Fakta hovoří jasně. Solidarita vznikla poté, co gdaňská loděnice začala stávkovat na obranu Valentinovičové, propuštěné ze zaměstnání. Paní Anna stála po celé další desetiletí neohroženě v čele nekompromisních protivníků zlovolného politického režimu a přinášela za to velké oběti. Byla sledována
Anna, the main character, was monitored and she was assaulted by police. Her son was assaulted several times. Still, she was very resistant, and she was then presented with the highest state prize. She died 2010 near Smolensk, near the Katynia wood, when the government airplane had a collision. Now I will read another excerpt, which will not be interpreted. Thank you for your understanding.
Kde v srpnu 1980. Ve svém malém bytě ve 3. patře, do něhož musela denně s námahou stoupat Oberlích. Tím jedním pokojíčkem z kuchyní v Grunwaldské ulici ve čtvrti Gdaňsk Vřešť prošli téměř všichni skuteční i samozvaní hrdinové polské cesty k nezávislosti. V roce 1980 tu několik měsíců bydlel Jacek Kuroň, kterého Lech Valensa odmítl pustit do sídla Solidarity v Gdaňsku. Mnoho let tam přicházel Valensa a také mnoho dalších užívalo její pohostinnosti. Pro všechny byla jako dobrá matka. Pečovala o ně, vařila, prala. Dlouhá léta pak byla mnohými zapomenutá nebo dokonce urážena a ponižována. Mohla být lvicí salonů. Byla by uznávanou osobností, dostávala by pozvánky na večírky u prezidentů a korunovaných hlav. Měla by přednášky, doktoráty honoris causa, tituly čestného členství v nejprestižnějších organizacích. Točily by se o ní oslavné filmy, ulice by nesly její jméno. Mohla být bohatá, mít vlastní dům, ošetřovatelku, trvalou lékařskou péči. Televize z celého světa by se snažily k ní dostat. Gdaňsk nebo Varšava by jí jistě nabídly velký byt s výtahem. Ale tato skromná žena odmítla všechny pocty až s aristokratickým pocitem odvahy. Tato aristokratka ducha bez váhání odmítla všechna pokušení jako malichernosti. Protože cenou za ně by byly předstírání, faleš, někdy dokonce zrada. A ona byla neústupná. Natolik, že někdy si na její nekompromisnost stěžovali i její nejbližší přátelé. Zůstala sama sebou, vybrala si pravdu. Právě proto byla skromná Anna Lubčiková, jak se za svobodna jmenovala, povýšena do hodnosti svého historického jména. Anna Solidarita. Možná právě proto se stala terčem takového pohrdání. A než přečtu poslední odstavec.
And before I read the last paragraph from the book, I would like to show you photos number 4, 5, and then later 6. This is the book I'm talking about. This is what it looks like. Here, this is Anna Valentovichova when she was presented the state prize by the Polish president Wojciech Kaczynski. And now I am quoting from the book again, which will not be translated. Thank you.
Polského srpna obrátila zády. Když jsme ji v roce 1989 oslavovali svobodu, ona dále bojovala stále více osamělá, nepochopená. Mnoho Poláků, mezi nimi i já, nezdílelo její názory a historické vize, ale teď není vhodná doba na hodnocení, nakolik měla pravdu. Teď je čas na společnou poklonu a jeden velký dík. Všichni jí to dlužíme. Napsal Robert Mazurek ve výzvě jednomu z ministrů, aby podpořil oslavu spojenou s 80. Anny Valentinovičové. Jeho výzva zůstala bez odpovědi. K tomu, abychom z úst polského premiéra konečně slyšeli, že Anna Valentinovičová je matka solidarity, to bylo teda psáno v době, kdy byla v Polsku jiná politická situace, než v době, kdy dostala to vyznamenání, bylo třeba její tragické smrti. Výhrady, které měly doložit politickou nevyzrálost Anny Valentinovičové, se týkaly mimo jiné jejího nedostatku pochopení pro rozvíjení nezbytných politických her a neochoty přijmout pragmatismus na cestě k dosažení cílů. Byla patriotka a křesťanka přes příliš doslovně, způsobem až příliš vyzývavým. Jejím posláním opravdu nebyly kompromisy. Anna Valentinovičová nikdy nebyla v aliancích s králi. Vždy byla na straně Polska, pro mnohé až příliš naivně, venkovsky, jako obyčejná dělnice, věřila v hodnotu dobra a pravdy, pro společnost, národ a stát. Pokud jejich sláva vyprchala a v budoucnosti pro ní už není místo, pak není místo ani pro solidaritu lidí, jako byla Anna Valentinovičová. Scénář vymazávání Anny Valentinovičové z historické paměti se nepovedlo uskutečnit. Svět si pamatuje, že díky ní a pro ní začali stávkovat dělníci v gdaňské loděnici V.I. Lenina. Po její smrti ji jeden z washingtonských vědců a publicistů nazval žena ze železa. Vzpomínají na ní přátelé z VZZ Pomoří, kteří se při každém útoku proti ní stavěli na její obranu. Při oslavě jejich 80. narozenin jí Krištof Vyškovský daroval její velkoformátovou fotografii z roku 1980, kterou našel náhodou několik týdnů předtím na smetišti v gdaňské loděnici. A už budu končit. Cituji Vyškovského. Tu velkou fotografii Anny jsem našel letos na jaře na smetišti mezi zbytky z výstavy o solidaritě v sále bezpečnosti a hygieny práce gdaňské loděnice. Řekl a otočil se k Valentinovičové. Osud této fotografie může být symbolem metod používaných kdysi vládou Polské lidové republiky a v současné době vládou Třetí Polské republiky vůči ženě, jejíž dílo dnes oslavujeme. Prosím tě, Ano, abys přijala tento dar ze smetiště dějin, kam by tě někteří rádi umístili. Konec citace. Tato kniha je pokusem vrátit Aně Valentinovičové místo, které jí v polských dějinách náleží. Pravda, ať sebevíc vysmívaná a co nejhlouběji skrývaná, si vždy najde cestu. Prohlásila kdysi hrdinka této knihy. Dnes zní její slova jako proroctví, které se vyplňuje před našima očima. Konec citace.
End of quote of Cęckiewicz, and I recommend this book to everyone who wants to find out more. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague Jan Choliński for this Polish perspective, which is fairly familiar for us. And now we will stay in Central Europe, and I would like to invite Mr. Franciszek Neupauer, who will enrich our perspective from his perspective. He will be now focusing on, he will not be only focusing on the perpetrators. Well, everything is well. This was not a staged accident. To continue, our colleague Neupauer will be speaking about the victims. He will be also perceiving the communist past from the perspective of a victim. Let me thank you for inviting me to the conference. You You might have noticed the logo of the Memory Institute. When we were established, being founded, we were thinking about the symbol, and this is Saint Julius, who is fighting a dragon, and this is a parallel to the fighting totalitarian regimes. In Slovakia, we have got day, 24th of June, commemorating the victims. This is when this person had a speech. I cannot stay still. I need to speak. You are in power, but we have the truth. We are not envious because we know that the truth will always emerge victorious. His sister Gabika told me we went to the church and we were praying there for them not fighting. Stalin had just died, and he was sentenced only to 14 years imprisonment, and they wanted to actually reduce his sentence, but then he said that he was innocent and he didn't want to accept a reduced sentence. He either wanted to be set free or just stay in prison. But okay, we are speaking about the victims of communist regime, and we have a saying that we are saying that those are victims from the 16th of October 1964. Maybe you will say it was not it, but we had the Red Army coming, and there were first people sent to gulags in Soviet Union. Well, many people actually died when they were transferred. It was, for instance, Stepan Polak, whom you see here, and he committed suicide. It was October 1987, and that's why we started the manifestation parades with the candles, and we had this longing to organize those candle parades to demonstrate against those victims' fates. And those were not only political prisoners who were shot at when crossing the border, whose names are written in Bratislava, but it's also the children who have never been born because many pregnant women died in prisons. But of course, there are other victims, survivors who do not want to speak about it. And I know it because I speak to young people, and I had one student who said that he found out only from his father, who was in Gulag, and there was a teacher, secondary school teacher, who recently found out that her father was a political prisoner, but he kept silent about his experience. So this is another phenomenon, people who fall silent and never speak out. And then there are others who are willing to speak about it.
So I divided it into three topics. Something that we can learn from the victims. Truth, freedom, and justice. When at the beginning of 1948, Mr. Gigach came from the U.S., he was told, you are in the West, and we don't perceive well the West, so you will talk negatively about the U.S. and you will be okay here. But he refused. And I do not want to tell his entire story, but he managed to go into exile in Australia. But he says, I cannot live in a country where they force me to lie. later he wrote to one minister. He wanted to write a letter to the minister, and he wanted to write, well, I think, and they told him to strike the I think out because, well, he cannot really think anything. He can just say the official line. And the state prosecutor told Sylvester Krčmáry, if you admit that you committed treason, you will get a lower sentence. And Sylvester Krčmáry said, I don't want a lower sentence, I want the truth. So these are phenomena that we can perceive when it comes to the truth. But also those who are representatives of the totalitarian regime, they might be saying, well, he also might be claiming that they tell true. I didn't heard anyone, prison guard was saying, in one dialogue in Žilina, a man from the mine in Jáchymov, in a discussion, he said, well, I was also in Jáchymov. It wasn't so terrible there after all. And this is and it's up to us to double check, to fact check the truth, because the truth is not in the middle. It's not that both have the right, because the reality can be seen, has to be seen through the eyes of the people who claim it. Because when the prison guard said, I didn't hurt anyone, the truth was he was the most insidious of them all. The investigator said, I didn't even touch them. Well, he was basically right, because he was putting out cigarettes on their skin. And the person who said, I was also in Jáchymov and it wasn't so terrible there, well, it turned out that he was there on an excursion, so he was not a prisoner working there in a work camp. So and one person said it's like if you went to Paris and you were if you were saying that you visited Paris, but you were basically just flying over Paris in a plane. So that's the same like saying you were in Jáchymov, where you were there on an excursion only. And secondary school textbook in German schools was had to put up with the issue of Nazism, and over 60% of in Western Germany said that Nazism was a good idea. That was, however, poorly implemented. But the students then show a caricature of a destroyed environment, and they can see the roots of the Nazi Kreuz and or the swastika. And even in 2024, sometimes we hear communism was a good idea, and I don't want to go on the details. So we have to remember that the roots still exist. The reality and truth is that still there are people who are willing to say that communism was a good idea, where they will not be showing swastikas anymore, but they might still, the symbolism might still be hidden under the surface, and we have to find this. Another topic is the topic of freedom. Often, many political prisoners say that they were internally free because there was nothing, once they went through the investigation in the prison, there was nothing left that they could take away from me, especially those who didn't have a family. And I know Krčmáry said, well, in the worst case, I will just go into oblivion, I will pass out and die. What worse could happen to me? But I was surprised to learn that Vladimir Jukl said this in 1968, freedom is a gift that is for all. And he even said, you might not agree with him, that once the occupational armies came in 1968, he said, well, it's a good thing that we didn't become democracy, because it would have been much more difficult to smuggle books into the Soviet Union. So he thought that freedom was, for everyone. And, during the occupation, we were able to smuggle books, not only into the West or from West here, but also from us to the Soviet Union, or Bibles, or copies of Bibles. And there was a story of a woman who threw a Bible on a Soviet tank, and she thought, "Oh my God, that's it, I'm done." And the Soviet soldier came out of the tank and he said, "Давай, give me more copies of the Bible." So And there were people who had to leave Czechoslovakia, and one Austrian citizen became president of a university in Tokyo, and there were other people, dozens of people, who didn't have the freedom here, and they couldn't develop their skills. So from this point of view, freedom was cruel, also in the 1980s. Wife of a Roman Catholic priest who was forced to tell on others remembers that there was a good police officer trying to force her to get divorced, and then there was a bad policeman who said, well, your daughter walking home from school, she could be hit by a car at any moment. And when I tell students, I often tell them, I'm a father of 3 children. I would sign anything just to keep my children safe. So, and this happened to Mrs. Bendova. She said that she also was forced to emigrate because otherwise, they could hurt her children. And then it's very difficult to say what's true and what's not, because then you are willing to sign anything just to keep your children safe from harm. So sometimes it's very difficult not to judge all those who sign cooperation with the Secret Service, because we do not always know the circumstances. And sometimes they were forced to do it because their loved ones were threatened. So we have to take the whole scale of those who cooperated, from the active cooperators as well as those who were forced to sign cooperation. And what about the freedom of a border guard? His freedom, in fact, he was also free because he couldn't reflect. He was just fulfilling, orders. So he didn't have to think about, and he could just say that, oh, I didn't have to think about what I'm doing because I was just following orders. So shooting people who were crossing the border. So freedom, there is also the kind of freedom that does not allow reflection. And so this is also a big topic. This is another topic, and for me it's very important to show that it's sometimes very difficult to show what's right and wrong. In the German textbook that I mentioned before, people thought that the totalitarian regime as an idea was okay, but just poorly implemented. But then there's a caricature of someone putting, swastikas in someone's brain, trying to persuade them what to think. And this is very powerful, and it's very important to show how in Germany this denazification took place and how it was done, because it's very difficult. Because since the Second World War, there were different approaches in the West and in the East. And the topic of liberty or freedom is very important. It's also important to point out internal freedom, internal liberty of people. So, okay, if you could help me with the video or with the slides. Okay. Justice is the last topic. So I know that good meals grind to me and turn me into bread. Some people like it. It shows the strength of personality of this young man. Because he knows that the God's mills of justice will grind him, but they will turn him into bread. So it eases their suffering, and when I looked into the dossier of Krčmery, he says, I like all people, work and joy. Even the fact that you like people. He likes even the person who was hitting his head on the wall until he passed out. He still liked all those people. So, and sometimes when it's interesting to say this, because it's her son was sentenced for 25 years, and she noted it in her calendar, and she says that, oh, I sent him a letter in a prison. So this is also a way to put up with or come to terms with the regime. And for me, it's very powerful how we perceive the round tables and politicians. Like, for instance, in South Africa, people agreed on decriminalization of the acts of the previous leaders. And just like Kaczmarek said, well, the judge should have been sentenced. Milan Kněžko will say we should have sentenced them and then, give them amnesty, so that at least, formally they are sentenced. And Kaczmarek was against totalitarianism, and he says that I will with my justified anger, testify against people who cooperated in the era of crime. I want to, preserving, speaking indignantly, even shouting accusations against those who still act like this, can, won't, and will act. So this was very powerful when I read it years ago. This is something that Sylvester Kaczmarek said. So that's why it's very important to understand and listen to the victims as well, because if we do not live in freedom, we live in fear, and if we do not live in justice, we live in injustice. So for me, to conclude, I would like to say that or I titled my presentation "Through the Eyes of the Victims," but I think perhaps we should say "Through the Eyes of the Winners," because these heroes are winners, and their courage is also by thinking of the people who are worse off. So. And sometimes it's important to realize that still there are prisoners, political prisoners, and Kaczmarek said that I still prayed for the conversion of Russia even while he was in prison. And even in prison, he was still thinking about, conversion of Russia to democracy. And China, he was also thinking about China. So this is where we see his courage, that he was a true hero, because even when he was in prison, he was still thinking about those who might have been worse off. And those who were victims, but also the creation of samizdat, the self-publishing or secret meetings, smuggling of literature, including religious literature, or candlelight demonstrations. So all these tiny steps contributed to the fall of communism. And when we said, if we have candlelight demonstration, how many will be there? Well, maybe 50 or 100, but then they will put us in Antonovs and they put us behind bars, but we'll do our duty. So this is about, candlelight demonstration, and there were some 10,000 people, and people in Austria said, we in Austria will never forget that you in Slovakia started it, that it opened the year of revolutions all over Europe, but the beginning was to do your duty.
And there is a question for me still. How do we actually honor our promises, our responsibilities? We are historians, and a political prisoner actually wrote poetry, and he actually is saying November as an old calendar, which should have ended up in the trash. November, like prison walls, and dumb as the dead on the border. The autumn wind twangs on the wires, otherwise it's quiet. This is the perspective of the victims. And then another topic is whether we have reconciled with the totalitarian regimes or not. And that is the question of actually doing our duty. And we have been speaking about it, and we should also express our gratitude towards those who have liberated us, who helped us to redeem our liberty and freedom. Thank you. I would like to thank František Neubauer for this inspiring speech. He said one thing that is very interesting. Some people say that those who were actually trying to cross the Iron Curtain, they shouldn't have gone there. But yesterday, when speaking with some of you and speaking on the issues we have in the Czech judiciary landscape, we discussed ruling from 2024, and the judge involved said that we mustn't see it black and white. We mustn't say that the border guards were guilty because they were shooting the people crossing the border line, because the people crossing the border line knew what they were there for. They knew what they were doing. Imagine this was a judge's statement in 2024. And I'm so happy we had Stanislav Balik from the West Bohemian Law School in Pilsen, who is the guarantee for me that the future judges, the law students, will be taught not in a revisionistic way, but they will get the insight into what was here in the totalitarian years. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now receive the last speech, and how we say is that the best comes last. Mr. Rafał Rogulski is the last speaker, the director of the European Network, Remembrance and Solidarity International, and this is an organization encompassing the representatives of states that want to reconcile with the past, and I'm happy and honored at the same time that as of next year, the Czech Republic will also be represented in this noteworthy institution. We will be now listening to the paper, which will focus on international struggle when reconciling with the communist past. Rafał, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Kamil. I would like to start with great thanks to all of you to stay until the end of the conference with us. I know it is not always easy. And I would like to thank organizers, especially Kamil Nedvědicki and Ladislav Kudrna for organizing this whole conference. Of course, I would like to thank also all the staff who helped you in this event, to make it event possible. And I will start with some general opinions and then gradually move to the specific examples. I have a problem with the title of the conference, and although I know that expressing such opinion at the very end of our almost 3-day meeting will not affect its course. Nevertheless, allow me to make a few introductory remarks, because they are closely linked to the theme of my short presentation afterwards. I deliberately use the term struggle with the past in the title of my speech, because I feel that it more accurately reflects what many of us deal with on a daily basis. Reconciliation, whether in religious context or psychological, even sociological one, always involves conscious action by human being to come to terms with God or with another human being. Reconciliation is a process in which confession of guilt, repentance and forgiveness, and sometimes also mutual acceptance play a role. All this is most often absent in the relationship with the past, even in relations with communist past. We can, or perhaps it would be better to say we could, judge some of the actors of this past, but how this has worked out in various countries in Europe, especially in our part of Europe, we have heard in several previous panels. However, we can research the past, interpret it, discuss it, that is, grapple with it by writing books, creating podcasts, films, organizing educational projects, conferences, discussions. We can also, and indeed we should, draw conclusions. It therefore seems to me that dialogue is a crucial term to our relationship with history in general and with the communist past in particular. Dialogue about history is an important element in the process of ordering social and international reality. Its importance increases especially in connection with some important caesura: the end of an armed conflict, the fall of dictatorial or authoritarian governments. This dialogue is only possible if this dialogue is only possible in a democratic order. But democracy does not guarantee it. What is needed is the political will to carry out such a settlement. For it is through the decisions of the political class that the conditions necessary for the dialogue are created. There are three of them, in my opinion, most important: the legal norms governing these processes. Then the public and non-public institutions dealing with history and memory. And the third, conditions consistent and different form of founding of this kind of activities. I will briefly give you an overview of what the process of establishing the NRS looked like from the inside, because I'm convinced this is a relatively good presentation of these whole processes. I spoke about it before. So it is an example of an innovative way at that time to address the problem of how to deal with the memory of relatively close events in European history with the Second World War and with its aftermaths. Afterwards, I will talk about the different types of projects using the presentation that must generally be described as elements of social discourse about history. The different projects, due to their nature, involve different social groups and in different ways broaden the knowledge of 20th century history and of the processes and actors shaping it. The European Network Remembrance and Solidarity grew out of the conflict over the memory of the Second World War and its consequences. At the turn of 20th and 21st centuries, it became apparent that despite the passage of more than 50 years since the end of the Second World War, despite the collapse of communism and the deepening of cooperation in many fields, we still know very little about each other in Europe and also out of Europe. Above all, it has become clear that we remember and want to remember differently. The axis of this conflict was the discussion about commemorating of the fate of the German population who, after the Potsdam decisions and the shifting of, among others, Poland's borders westwards, of course against the legal Polish authorities, had to leave the former territories of the Third Reich. The flashpoints were the resolution adopted by the German Bundestag on 29th May 1998, recalling the fate of the German ex-police, and then the project put forward a little later by the so-called Union of Ex-Police, a German organization, to create an institution to commemorate their dramatic experience. In Poland, in Czech Republic, and in other countries of our region, the outcry was caused by the narrative used by these circles at the time, separating causes from effects, focusing on the suffering of the Germans who lost their homeland after the war, but ignoring the fact, almost ignoring the fact, that it was the Germans who caused the war and that the consequences were the deaths of millions of people, the trauma of the survivors, the forced changes of borders, the displacement, and all the drama that this entitled, including division of Europe. This event sparked the discussion that took place for several years with varying degrees of intensity in the media, diplomatic salons, and politicians' offices. The result was creation of European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, an international endeavor whose aim was and still is to foster international dialogue on European history in the 20th century. The idea was to help institutions from different EU countries dealing with the study of dissemination of the 20th century history to cooperate across border, to do common international projects, including, of course, join bigger and smaller institutions and bigger and smaller projects. In February 2005, the Ministers of Culture of Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia signed a declaration of intent to establish the ENRS. Unfortunately, the then Czech and Austrian authorities who sat at the table and discuss all this project and idea chose not to sign the declaration and accept observer member status. This state of affairs continues to this day, but I very much hope that will be soon changed. It took several more years to establish a mutually acceptable formula for functioning of the network and its secretariat, which formally became operational from the 1st April 2010. 14 years have passed since then. During this time, Romania joined the network in 2012. Albania, Georgia, Lithuania, and Estonia joined as observers. The ENRS Secretariat, so the headquarters located in Warsaw, gradually grown from the one staff member to, at the beginning, to the more than 30 now. During this time, we have organized around 250 projects establishing partnerships with more than 500 institutions in dozens of countries in Europe and beyond Europe. And we are still waiting for the decision of the Czech government to join ENRS, to financially support our projects and to co-design them with Czech experts and organizations. And now let me give you a few examples of a project because I want to show you it is worth to be a part of the network. So here some general information about the members of the network at the beginning and our target groups, which are probably completely clear for you. The most important target for us are the representatives of institutions dealing with 20th century history, academic researchers, teachers, educators, students, teachers, younger and older people. Of course, politicians and opinion leaders too. You will see the areas of our operation because I will tell you a little bit more about concrete projects afterwards. This is a short. This map shows you areas of our, from the geographical point of view, areas of our activities. You cannot see Japan and United States because the map is too small, but we made also some projects there. So the first group of the project are educational projects for younger and older people, especially those three projects. The majority of our projects we organize annually. So every year we have the chance to develop them and to organize them in another part of Europe. Sound in the Silence is a project for pupils organized in memory places. We look for teachers who can bring us their pupils from 4 different countries, bring them together in one memory place, for example, previous concentration camp, then confrontate them with the history of the place and give them a few days of common workshops, artistic workshops, to prepare a performance. And at the end of the project, this whole group present this performance. And as you can imagine, this is very multi-level process, very interesting, and the most interesting and very and quite often very moving moment is the discussion of these young people afterwards. We see, hearing them, how important for them were those 10 days spent together in this very painful place, like, for example, previous concentration camp. The next project in between is for university students and professional, so-called young professionals. The idea is to bring a small international group to borderlands, to give them a chance to meet with people living there, to meet with activists living there, dealing with 20th century history, and the idea is to give these young participants of this project the chance to understand the role of history and the role of memory in these borderlands. And the last educational project, High Story Lessons, is multilingual. There are 7 languages. There are educational internet page with the interactive online materials for teacher and for students. So here are some pictures from the projects I told you about. I don't know if it is possible to make it a little bit louder.
Let's talk about their
Thank you.
Their hate, their life, their pain. Everything was so real, but today it seems like my tears, my time, my time. Cause what's the point of history if we never learn? What's the point of history? Cause what's the point of history? Cause what's the point of history? Cause what's the point of history? If we never learn.
A part of this project is creative writing, and these texts are written by these young people. And this particular was from the edition in Mauthausen, Gusen, And the last sentence was, what's the point of history if we never learn? So these are previous editions. I'm sorry, it is not very...
It opened my...
I wanted to show you this film with the artistic spiritus movens of the project Dan Wolf, an American rapper, but I have
This project really builds bridges between cultures, between art forms, between generations, and I think it works pretty amazingly because the young people leave the project and there's something different about them than when they arrived.
And this is really true. So the In-Between project, as you see, we get a mention from the Europa Nostra for this project. This is this Borderlands project. With the help of our High Story Lessons page, we organize webinars, workshops in different languages, especially for teachers. And it was very helpful during the pandemic, of course, because those different kinds of materials were used by teachers in different parts of Europe. So we developed this project strongly now. Another kind of our activities are conferences. I don't want to speak about everyone, but the most important, probably most important for you, is the is a European Remembrance Symposium. This is an annually organized symposium, always in another place in Europe, for representatives of such institutions like ours. So please being invited to come to Helsinki in June next year. This year in May we met in Warsaw, and it will be the Helsinki meeting. It will be the 13th of our symposia, and the idea of the symposium is to give you, the representatives from different institutions, a chance to meet with each other, and maybe in the future to make joint projects. So this is a Dublin meeting. It is the Polish Museum of Polish History, where we met this year. So Genealogies of Memory is an academic conference organized also every year. Until next year, it was only in Warsaw, but next year we are going in September to organize Genealogies of Memory in Berlin, connecting that theme with the ruins and remembrance of ruins, and of course the end of the Second World War. Then the exhibitions we do, maybe some of you are familiar with one of them. We presented Between Life and Death in different countries in Europe, recently in Slovakia, in seven different locations. This is the exhibition about the survivors and rescuers. And yeah, we visited with this exhibition many countries, as you see. Personal stories. The construct of this exhibition is quite interesting because we present personal stories of rescuers and survivors in the context of the history of the country from which they come. So you can see the difference, how different was the decision about helping someone, taking in Warsaw, taking in Prague, taking in Paris. These are three different decisions. So after the Great War, it was the exhibition about the first years after the First World War, establishing a new Europe and new order in Europe. We just ended presentation of this big exhibition with the 29th presentation in Ypres. But the exhibition was also presented in Prague. We started even in Prague 2018, and then went through almost all European countries. So we do also some information campaigns connected especially with some important dates like 23rd August or 27th January. You are probably familiar with some of them. I don't want to speak too long. Okay, I think it makes no sense to fight with this small thing. But I hope you saw enough to be aware of what we do and how we do, and please feel being invited to cooperation with us. We every project we do are international. Every project we do, we prepare with partner institutions and with partners from different countries. So it is maybe a chance also for your institution to organize something abroad, not only in your country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rafael. I think your presentation was very interesting, and I must say the most interesting for everybody is a discussion between generations, between the generation of people who were living in the communist period and the new generations who are living now without information, without relevant information about the communism and about the past. Thank you very much for your work. I think it will be very exciting and interesting for us to be the member of this network and this organization, and to organize other conferences, exhibitions, and actions for young people, elder people, for everybody. Thank you very much. Dámy a pánové, naše konference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference we have organized is coming to an end. We have heard a number of papers, very interesting speeches, but there is some time for you to raise questions or comments. Yes, I see somebody wants to say something. Please wait for the mic. Hello, my name is Petr Birčák, and I have a question. Or first, I'd like to thank you for organizing this lovely conference about 1989 in the international context. But I was of the opinion that I missed something here. Our Velvet Revolution, which took place in November 1989, it occurred by fraud, I would say. It was an event of this apparently dead student on the street, Národní, National Street. Somebody actually spread the news that a student was killed, but who was it who actually spread the news about the dead student? This was a fraud in my view. So who spread the news? Was it the security police? Well, this is a very complex, probing question. Maybe I will sum it up in one sentence. November 1989 is fairly back in the past, and we have not explored it sufficiently. There has been a discussion recently organized about the events and causes of the events, who led the students to that street where there was a clash with the armored police officers. I am now thinking about Petr Blažek, who is sitting here, and who could actually comment on it. Do you know something more about the root causes? Yes. Let me say one thing. There was this recent discussion at the round table organized by Mila, who said that it was very important to speak about it, and the project as such had a purpose, an objective, and that was to find out who was there among those roughly 2,000 students and other persons who were actually demonstrating on Národní Street in November 1989, where there was this clash with the armored police officers who beat many. Somebody actually said that we should explore the photos of the members of the security service. And we actually discovered 3 officers and 1 lady who was also working at the security services. And there were the students waving Czechoslovak flags. And the suspicion is that they were security service members. But when this news was published, then the persons wearing or holding the flags actually got in touch with us, and they were very upset, and they were saying that they were students at that time, that it was not organized by some implanted agents. Well, this is the proof of the simple fact that people like myths. They like conspiracy theories. They don't like a situation when it's not black and white. However, we have discovered 1 security service officer who was there, but his name was Ludvík Zivčák. And I wanted to publish his personal file because I got amused by reading his CV. He was a very bad student, and that's why I was very doubtful that he was able to come up with some complex conspiration theories. But still, he, as an agent, was supposed to set up some cells, sleeping cells, within the student movement. We actually showed a film by the film director Libor Chaun, which was made in 2016, and the film director is actually debunking the myth of the dead student there in November 1989. And Zivčák, the agent, is also interviewed there. Drahomíra Dravská, she came up with the dead student story. She was the receptionist at the dormitories, student dorms, and I lived there myself sometime when I was a student. I still remember her this reception lady. And then there was another story by it was the agent story, the security agent Zivchak, who actually claimed he was a member of a bigger group. He never explained what group that was supposed to be, and he spread the news, this myth, this story invented by the receptionist. So the lesson for us is we should leave it up to professional historians. Pavel Žáček, for instance, he published a number of documents from the commission which was exploring the 17th November 1989 events. This book would be fabulous because there are so many resources for it. So if you get hold on it, be happy because it will be a bestseller. But no conspiracy theories, I would say. Okay, thank you. Another question or comment? I would like to ask Petr. How about Petr Uhl? He got this news, who was the source for him? It was this lady, Drahomíra Dravská, the receptionist. And there were other people, for instance, the brothers Payne, and then the story percolated, and then it ended up with Petr Uhl, and he was one who signed Charter 77, and he had very good contacts to Free Europe radio station. And Drahomíra Dravská, the receptionist, also convinced him. Petr Uhl was so well known by the Western journalists that they didn't believe him. Many people later confirmed it. They never received such false news. What he insisted on was that he actually believed gullibly this lady. Jaroslav Šabata is also in the movie, and he was saying that was good because at least the events took some speed. And Petr said he was actually sorry for that. But when I actually explored the student demonstrations from February, for instance, there was another myth about the dead student. But because the situation was different, it didn't play such a big role. But the news was spreading quickly. They didn't have any actually radio to phone each other quickly, but the situation was very similar. And it was actually February 1948. And of course, there were also armored police officers waiting to clamp down on the protesters. We can just speculate why they were doing it. However, coming back to this person, Lady Dravská, she was a gossiper, and she wanted to become a gossiping star. And it sounds very strange, but there is no evidence saying otherwise or proving otherwise. Okay, Julian wants to speak here. Yeah. Waiting for the microphone. Thank you, Julian Nagele. And let me actually comment on what you were saying about Petr Uhl. I visited him in his apartment, and that was on the 19th of November, and he opened the door saying, I have the feeling that they actually tricked me because this story that Dravska, this lady, gave him was false. It seems false. He said he was ready to actually review that to find out whether it would be false or. And then he told me I should actually leave earlier than he was supposed to leave. So I left, and when he stayed, he was apprehended, and they put him. Actually, they stayed there behind bars until in custody. He stayed in custody. He was put in custody for a couple of days. Thank you. It's very good to know and speak with eyewitnesses. Another question. Vladimir Posák. I would like to ask the following. Can you tell me why the signature of Charter 77 and also moving out later is not considered or perceived as the third resistance? It's because Act 226 regulating it has got very clear rules saying that it's not about victims. This act is not to indemnify victims, but only active resistance members. So it has to be a persistent resistance activity, not if anybody was victimized or harmed in any such way. Well, let me say something from my personal life. I don't perceive myself as a victim, and I don't want to be a victim, but unfortunately, the third resistance and this status actually is the precondition to receive the pension. And I am trying to receive my pension, but the ministry is saying that I would have to have been in the resistance. But we, me and my wife, we don't have any pension, and we have been the Charter 77 signatories, and security service members receive pensions. Thank you for this. It's a very old event, but it is very good that now at least we are addressing the issues of pensions of those who were living in exile. And of course, there were other Communist Party members who are receiving good pensions. It's very late to be discussing this, but at least now we are addressing it, and it's much better to address it later than never. Thank you.
Kolega Chodínský se k tomu vyjádří.
Colleague Kolinsky would like to say something very briefly regarding the Velvet Revolution being fraud. Well, I would like to remind you that the concept or the main thing of Velvet Revolution was that the communist power lost the power of using violence as oppressive means, and people reacted spontaneously and took to the streets. And they sent it, to eternity, basically, the communist power. Because the communist power basically lost its violent means of oppression. I would also like to remind you that all contributions will be available online, and it will continue to be online. So if you didn't see the fall of the regime, or whether you were not certain about some of the contributions, or want to just read something again, and you can view it again. And I would also like to emphasize that all the politicians who became politicians, either being dissidents or came from the gray zone and so on, it's very interesting to see what the different approaches were, either making a thick line or drawing a thick line or just continue it and so on. So it's very interesting to hear all that. And colleague Neuper wanted to say something? Just very few comments. Perhaps recently I've seen the BBC document where Gorbachev was saying that Ceausescu and Husak asked for military intervention if needed. I'm not really sure whether there are some documents supporting this, but we can see there was and another comment regarding the damages to political prisoners. It's a big problem also in Slovakia, because if you were not behind bars, if you were not in jail, you have no claim for compensations, so compensation or damages. So this is a very hot topic in Slovakia as well. And my last comment, sometimes I feel when I listen to various conspiracy theories and that sometimes conspirators would like to steal away even our past, not only our future but even our past. So again, this is also basically propaganda. I absolutely agree with the fact that Czechoslovak communists did not opt for repression was the result of some international environment, international climate, because Gorbachev said to the comrades that the Brezhnev doctrine about limited sovereignty was no longer valid, and that now they are on their own. So Soviets would not come helping them if needed. But I would like to add my experience. I was born in 1959, and in 1978 I graduated from secondary school, and so I have only 4 years included in my pension, and when we had to even pay for our education, for our tertiary education. We lost our license plates when we were leaving the Republic because it was the property of Czechoslovakia, and then we were working in the United States, and we started but we started studying university by the age of 30. I have BA. Maria also has BA. I also have MA, master's degree from University of California, but it is not included in pension. But unlike many other American students, we've paid off our student debts. So thank you for your personal histories. It is important to be mentioned time and again, although we cannot really resolve it at this conference. And Vasily would like to say something. I have a question for you regarding your Slovak experience. Looking for eyewitnesses, or are you doing that also with the help of psychiatrists or psychologists who would be able to psychologically support the victims of the dictatorship, because people are traumatized, and not everyone is able to talk about it. Some people do not talk about it because they want to protect their children. And I've been dealing with this topic for some 30 years, and I think that without psychological support, it is very dangerous to poke into someone's lives, because for these people it's their life, not just facts, it's their life. So they need to feel secure, they need to feel safe. Quite often people do not want to talk about it because they feel that if they say it, then someone might use it against their family. So how to approach this very sensitive issue? Thank you for your question. Our institute has an oral history section, and we also discussed it that we need to have support, psychological support that we provide to the victims, and it's often left up on the workers because they talk to the people, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult because I know journalists who talk to these people and. In a way, they provide psychological support themselves. She sends them wishes for birthday and so on. So she has a very personal approach to them, and she remains in touch. But of course, it would be good to, if you have experience with psychological support, it would be good to use your experience and build on it, because sometimes it is actually liberating. Because if it's already a second generation, when students start describing the story of a teacher, sometimes the victims say, "Well, finally, we're able to get it off our chest, tell someone about it," because they didn't want to talk about it to a journalist, but they felt liberated when they were talking about it to their students. So often talking to students helps a lot. In the 1990s, Spielberg's foundation was dealing with this topic, so maybe you have a possibility to establish contact with them if you still have this. Well, there are new bonds being built. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so please take it as the beginning or opening of a great debate. The topics opened this conference as well. And before I start summarizing, I would like to start expressing my gratitude. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who joined our conference, who attended our conference, and who joined us. We are very pleased to see, all the generations that attended our conference and were interested in our conference. In the modern days of social media and modern technologies, I was surprised to see how many people followed us online. And so thank you very much. Because that's why we're doing it. This is the reason why we're doing it. To summarize the main findings, so that, and I would also like to thank all the panelists. We had a number of panelists here, ranging wide range of, or spanning over a wide range of subjects and topics, lawyers, historians, experts from various fields. And I think it is a good thing because this topic is very complex and we are able to approach it from different points of views. And on behalf of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, I would like to thank our partners. I would like to thank the Office of the Government that for a third time in a row, it made it possible for us to organize a 3-day conference in these beautiful premises of the Liechtenstein Palace in the center of Prague. I would like to thank the 20th century Memorial Museum, also our partners, the embassies, the Remembrance Society, the Lithuanian Embassy, the Remembrance Society, and all those stakeholders who provided the transatlantic dimension to our conference, because I used the European context in the title of the presentation, but thanks to you, we also managed to go beyond the European continent, because we had experts from the United States as well. I would like to thank those of you who took good care of us. I would like to thank the colleagues from the production who I hope can be seen here. Jitka, please call everyone, those of you who made sure that everything is running smoothly, starting with presentation, and who tended to all your needs. They are reluctant to show their faces, but please a round of applause to my dear colleagues from the production department. I would also like to thank our great colleagues from the communication department from the Institute of for the Study of Totalitarian Regime, who promoted the conference online and kept it going in the public sphere, and recorded or conducted various interviews, very interesting interviews with our speakers and attendees. I would also like to thank the interpreters back in the booth, so round of applause for them. And also our technicians who had a difficult job, who had to, take care of, all the Zoom meetings. And apart from one case where our Albanian colleague lost his internet connection, we managed to connect with all speakers, and also colleagues from catering who made it possible for us to have a break. And I'm glad that also in the back rooms there were very interesting debates and ideas, and new partnerships were established, new friendships were established, business cards were exchanged. And I think that this conference is a conference about the European context. We did not want to talk only about the Czech context. It was very widespread, it was full of facts. And on behalf of our institute, I can promise that there will definitely be a collection of essays or speeches, and we will also want to cooperate with individual colleagues even further in the future, so that we can publish the results of their research. And we also need to emphasize the Ukrainian footprint. We had a panel with Ukrainian and Russian participants, which is very important, and it is a good sign, showing that even between these two nations we can still have a good discussion if on the Russian side these are people who want to have a dialogue with the Ukrainians. I'm not completely skeptical or realistic, as Gregory Emmanuel mentioned, or he calls it realistic. Maybe I said it's too skeptical, but the situation in Ukraine is tragical. It's tragical, and it is caused by the Putin's regime, and but it was also caused by us in the West, because as was mentioned here, the entire West underestimated Putin, and it made it possible to continue the Soviet imperialism just under a different brand. And what was also interesting, and this is something that together with Igor Lukács we will want to continue exploring, that all the problems of today's world in the international context, not reconciliation with communism, non-punishing of communist crimes, maybe started in the early 1990s, when the US and the Western countries refused to claim victory in the Cold War, and thus they prevented, decommunization, unlike after World War II, when there was the period of denazification after the West claimed victory over Nazism. So I'm glad that we managed to organize this conference on the anniversary of 35 years since the fall of communism in Central and Eastern Europe, and I'm glad that we've had many speeches that might have been even sometimes contradictory or clashing. We had a lively debate about presidential elections in the US, and that should be part of events like that, because these topics are very important and should be discussed.
I'm extremely happy that we have not been only discussing the past, which is past, but this conference also witnessed the declarations that we are preparing some amendments, for instance, to the criminal code. There will be the definitions or terms of communist as a reprehensible regime. We have also discussed the issue of reducing pensions for those who were against the communist regimes, who were resisting. The punishment of communist perpetrators will be probably very limited. However, we need to strive in that direction. We need to bring the felons, the criminals, to justice. We have to actually say who resisted this communist totalitarians. And I'm so happy that many colleagues, historians or lawyers, and partners who have been working on the exploration of repressions. I'm so happy that we have agreed that the continuity of law after 1989 was not the only alternative, and that there is a chance to make a value discontinuity out of the continuity which occurred 35 years afterwards. But still it is possible, because if we stop reconciliating with our past, it will be still with us. It will catch up with us, and we will see it in various forms which will be dangerous. Thank you for coming. And now I would like to do some PR work, because the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regime has got some other things for you. If you are still interested in actually taking part in some commemorative events, then you can today at 5 p.m. go to the library, Václav Havel's library, where there will be another debate event titled Circus by the Institute, and there will be a discussion actually shared in by Daniel Kroupa, Bratinka, the colleague who is a prize laureate, and also Miroslav Vondráška, who shares another approach than Daniel Bratinka and Kroupa. We will also have different events on the 16th of November, which will be commemorating the 17th November events. We will have 3 cinema fest focusing on the Visegrad 4 cinematography, and we will also present the prize by our institute to the filmmaker whose film commemorated the times and reflected the totalitarian era in the best way. And it will be our director, Kudrna, with Ondřej Vetchý, the actor. And I hope we will also meet on the day on the anniversary of the events of the 17th November in Národní třída, the street where the events happened. And then we will, of course, meet in our National Theatre, where actually survivors will be presented with prizes. Survivors of communism and also Nazism. We will also have in our new headquarters the presentation of a book, Christening. And you saw it yesterday. If you saw it, it's a huge book, huge 3.5 thousand pages this book has. It's a huge book, and it will be actually presented on December 4th in the Archa, our headquarters. December 10th, we will also be holding another conference titled Economical Myths Before 1989 and the Social System as the Tool of Repression. There will be historians, lawyers, economists who will be debunking the myths which we still live with, saying especially that it was a time of prosperity, the era before 1989. We will be describing also the cases how the socialist regime misused the system of many families. So I'm not going to speak much longer. Please take a look at our webpage or subscribe to our newsletter. And on December 12th, there will be a presentation in our new headquarters. It will be in the Arca Palace, and Franciszek Starek will be actually showing films from the underground. He will be actually showing how the underground community was living through the communist times. And Honza Koliński is here. He is a pundit in this area. And I will be happy to see you, especially you who like films and documentaries especially. So there will be a lot to choose from. And thank you so much for coming. And please follow our web pages. You will be informed there. And thank you so much. And I'm so happy that we were very successful in this conference. Thank you.